from 7. Seven. Do we know what happened to the Titanic's lifeboats after the Carpathia arrived in New York City? We talked about that briefly earlier. As far as we know, scattered to the wind. They were used on other ships. Was it, hey James, was it Lifeboat? Which one was it that they found? Was it Collapsible A that a ship randomly ran into? Yeah, was that Collapsible A? Was it also lost? Like, we don't know what happened to it as well.
I believe they would have just...
It would have just been reused.
Poked some holes into it
And
push it so
it sank. Okay. So yeah, Collapsible A was found a while after the sinking, and Collapsible A is one of the most, honestly, Collapsible A is a worse story than Collapsible B. Because everybody thinks that Collapsible B was the worst because that lifeboat flipped over, but it wasn't the worst. Collapsible A.
114 years ago at this very moment, the RMS Titanic, carrying 2,208 souls on board, glides across. What happened, you guys? Okay, we're gonna start over. Hello, everyone at home. Pretend that didn't happen. 114 years ago and 30 seconds ago at this moment, the RMS Titanic, carrying 2,208 souls on board, glides across the abnormally calm waters of the Atlantic Ocean at 21.5 knots. This ship that would otherwise have been forgotten in the long line of early 1900s ocean liners will become eternally famous by tomorrow morning. For the next 3.5 hours, we are going to do our best to show you why that is. Welcome to the Titanic Honor and Glory real-time sinking live stream, a tradition we are so proud to say started 10 years ago this year. The real-time sinking is, in our opinion, the only real way to fully understand the Titanic disaster. If you have been had a long-standing interest in Titanic and are joining us for the first time, I am so excited for you to be joining us. You are about to see Titanic in a way that you have never seen it before. If you have joined us before, you are also going to see Titanic like never before, thanks to a brand new top-of-the-line sinking animation from our incredible Titanic Honor and Glory animation team led by the unbelievable and very sweet and kind Jack Gibson. This tradition goes back 10 years, of course, but for the last 2, we have been lucky enough to welcome a live audience into the room with us to witness the sinking firsthand. 2 years ago, we held this event in Orlando in a room of about 40 people. Last year, we recorded the stream not so far from where we are today for a similar sized crowd. This year, we are overjoyed to welcome over 160 Titanic enthusiasts into what used to be the tourist class lounge on the legendary Cunarder, the RMS Queen Mary. How is our tourist class doing tonight? Now, many of these audience members boarded the Queen Mary 4 days ago and have been partaking in Titanic Weekend 2026, and 24 lectures, live podcast recordings, and movie screenings later, we have arrived at our flagship event, the real-time sinking. To everyone at home watching on YouTube, and to everyone here on the Queen Mary, we cannot thank you enough for being here with us. There are so many fantastic news, fantastic groups, fantastic historians doing incredible anniversary events around the world. So for you to be spending this time with us means the world. That said, allow me to get this night to remember started by introducing our expert panel who will be providing added context, favorite stories, and anecdotes, and so much more. This panel is made up of, in my opinion, the next generation of Titanic historians and experts, and I am absolutely honored to share the stage with them. First off, to my right, I have Titanic Honor and Glory Executive Director Matthew DeWinkler. Across the way, on the other side of the stage, we have Titanic Honor and Glory lead modeler and producer Kyle Hudak. Next to him, we have Titanic Honor and Glory researcher and modeler David Nonini. Next to him is Titanic Honor and Glory researcher and modeler and also member of the Ocean Liner Designs team, Liam Sharp. And also representing your friends at Ocean Liner Designs, a researcher and script writer for that great group, Sarah Brenneman joins us. A few thoughts before we begin. This mic is much hotter. Wonderful. Okay, a few thoughts before we begin. Just in general, for everyone at home on YouTube, we have been experiencing some internet drops here and there on this beautiful ocean liner of 91 years old. She's doing her best, so if you see some lagginess and whatnot, we will keep the stream going. Aside from that, speaking of the tech, I would like to thank Peter Harwell and Zeno Silva behind us, who are doing incredible work trying to navigate all these 91-year-old problems that are being thrown their way. A big thanks to my co-host of Titanic Weekend 2026, without whom this wouldn't be possible, Paul Carganilla. He's running around here somewhere. Thank you, Paul. Equally important for this stream, a massive thank you to our fans, our supporters, especially our patrons who may be watching at home, and any Titanic Honor and Glory patrons in the house. There we go. Thank you to all of you. If you send in super chats throughout this stream, we won't be able to answer them because we have to stay on task with the live the animation. So we thank you in advance, and we'll thank you at the end. And then a big thanks to the various and legendary historians that have helped us with this animation, including the likes of Ken Marshall, Sam Halpern, and so many others. And now I will throw it to Matt DeWinkler to thank a few more people.
I'll try to use this one and see how it's like. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here, and I would love to thank everybody who helped out with this real-time animation and beyond. So let me go down my little, not little, it's actually a long list, but let's go down the list really quickly, starting with Jack Gibson, who animated this entire monster of a video to commemorate the sinking of Titanic. It was researched and written by a lot of people, but mainly Robin Buting and Boris Molinsky. Some other researchers on the THG team who helped out was Chris Daly, Gio Castro, who's here in the audience, Pierre Harwell threw in a couple of 2 cents, Nicholas Murgia, who was here last year, David Nonini, who's sitting over there, and of course James Penka to my left. The models you're going to see are incredible this year. We have to thank Kyle again, Gio again, Chris Daly again. We have to thank myself, which is weird to say. We have to thank Dennis. We have to thank Liam over there. We have to thank Lucas Gustafsson, Tino Thoss, and Kaiju Kotas. And we have special thanks, some more, to the guys who helped out last night when setting up this entire room. That goes for Chris, Rex, Braden, Sam, Zeno, Matt, other Matt, Nick, and Donald, part of the THG team. We have 12 professional voice actors doing the lines of our officers, crew, and some passengers. You might not hear them on this stream, but you'll hear them in the video that will be uploaded very shortly. And we also have over 200 THG fan voice actors who supplied their voices, their screams, their cries for help in this animation. And speaking of music, our wonderful composer, Anthony Castellana, has made some new tracks for the beginning of the stream. We have band music arranged by Ege. We also have Leo and Robert. And on that, I'd like to thank just the entire THG VDR team for all their hard work and all their assistance. There's a lot of them all in here. So thank you guys for all of that.
This is an incredible endeavor that this team puts together every year, and some years we don't make a brand new animation. We, sort of take the year off in a way. We can't do it every single year. So a year like this, where we are mounting a brand new animation, we're mounting a full 4-day event. I mean, who's been having fun at this 4-day event so far? This has been incredible. We've met so many incredible people. We've had some wonderful times, some wonderful late night laughs. It's been great. If you would like to join us next year, keep an eye out. We're already planning next year's days, so keep an eye out for that. So with all of those thanks that we just announced, I would like to send one last bit of gratitude, most importantly to the passengers and crew of Titanic, the men and women of Belfast who built her, the families who lost loved ones 114 years ago, and to every historian, author, and storyteller responsible for keeping this story alive. With that, 114 years ago at this moment, many of the people I just mentioned are tucked warmly in their beds. Others are cozying up with a brandy and a cigar. Some are shoveling coal, others on the lookout, some sending Marconigrams, scrubbing a countertop in the galley, or maybe even sitting around the smoke room discussing the inevitable calamity that is to occur when one of these ocean liners grows a little too large, a little too fast, a little too unregulated. From that discussion, we begin our own. Folks, in about 15 minutes, we will begin our animation, and soon after that, the calamity that I just mentioned will take place. I would like to open it up to the floor, to the table on the far side. Kyle, David, Liam, would anybody like to hop in and say a little word about where we are in history 114 years ago?
Is this mic working? Yes, it is. Is it? Oh, okay. Wow. This is an odd setup. Well, at this time, people would. Okay, this isn't very loud. Oh, you have to be right up against it. Oh, it's just like the talk again. So
You can also hold on to the microphone if it would be
we
easier.
probably.
There we go.
Wow. Okay. We probably should. Anyway, at this time, however many years ago, people were. Some people were up late. Some people were getting ready for bed. Some people were wandering around. Maybe going to the lavatories or taking baths. You had people. Maybe they were going to the smoke rooms for some cards and some brandy and some cigars, or maybe they were leaving for the night. And some who were probably just staying there. They went there after dinner and they just stayed there all night. And you had, what places were open at the time? Because I don't even know that. What rooms on the ship were open, like public rooms?
Anybody want to hop in on that? I want to say, there you go, Matt, take
Okay.
over for us.
Yeah, there's still a bunch of public rooms open. They're not supposed to be open, but we are in the world where the first class people get what they want. And we're going to see some of them very shortly because there's a specific time when we're going to start the actual animation that Jack made. So spoiler alert, there's going to be some looks into those public rooms that should be closing down, like the first class lounge, but some that are going lively and hot, like the first and second class smoke rooms.
Now, I would like to ask a question instead of Liam. You're brand new to us here this year, joining us. Where would you be right now, 114 years ago? You have your pick of Titanic, one of the most famous ships in the world. Where would we find you at this late hour?
At this late of hour, me personally, I would be in bed. Well, but in all seriousness, I'm sure everybody has experienced this just this weekend walking aboard the Queen Mary. I mean, there's just so many places to walk, so many places to be, and it's just so incredibly easy to get so exhausted. I know that me personally, just walking around the ship today and seeing what I can see has been just incredibly exhausting. So, I can kind of put my mind in the shoes, or I can put myself in the shoes of the passengers rather, and I can relate to it. I can understand, how many of these passengers have already gone to bed, how exhausted they might have been from such a long day of just walking aimlessly amongst the ship and mingling with fellow passengers.
Yeah, when we walk around this ocean liner this weekend, it's the closest a lot of us will ever get to walking the decks of Titanic. You're seeing the sheer of the promenade deck. You're seeing the deck houses up on the boat deck late at night. It is a very special occasion that I think a lot of you here in our audience have enjoyed as well. David, where would we find you at this late hour?
Well, if I wasn't in bed, I'd probably be in the smoking room in first class, probably playing some cards, having a nice old-fashioned to round out my evening. I think that's where I would be.
That's not a bad spot. Sarah, you wouldn't be allowed in the smoke room, I'm afraid. But please tell us where you might be on this late hour. I know it's sad, but hey, it's 1912. Oh, hold on. You're good.
Technical difficulties. For myself, I mean, I have to agree with Liam. I'm kind of a grandma, and I would probably be in bed. But if for some reason I was feeling a bit restless, despite how frigid and chilly it might have been, I'm always drawn to just going topside, walking around the boat deck, and just taking. There's something very calming and peaceful about a ship at night, and So I think for myself, if I wouldn't be curled up in bed all nice and warm, well, it would be the exact opposite.
I'll have to let our folks at home in on a little secret. We had some cocktails last night at a big cocktail hour that we had with everybody here on the Queen Mary. And this resulted in a lot of us being out till the wee hours of the morning, and I found myself at I believe 2:30 in the morning, maybe you can hear it in my voice, walking around on the boat deck, and I couldn't help but be taken back to Titanic. I also was taken back to my days working on cruise ships. The Queen Mary is so filled with such a vibe that it's a pretty special thing. So we are about 10 minutes away from beginning this brand new animation, and something that's exciting for me this year. I purposely have not watched the animation at all. I've seen little tiny clips that pass on my screen on Discord, but I will be sort of seeing this fresh and responding to it fresh and sort of sharing the experience of everyone at home. Matt, how much of this animation have you been just deep seeped in? Have you seen pretty much this whole thing already?
Yeah, so as the executive producer of THG, I try to have my reaches out into everything that's happening, from modeling to the YouTube to events and such. So yes, I've been along the ride every step of the way since this animation has been revitalized. It was planned for last year, but we ran out of time, because that's what happens when you try to snowball things. And we started again a little late because of a couple of commitments we had. But I've seen bits of it all. I haven't watched it all fully. I scanned through it the other day. And I had people who kind of weren't supposed to be behind me at the moment, but they stopped and looked and were like, what is going on there? And it was some incredible stuff. So I have seen it, and I can't wait for everyone else to see some of the, it sounds, people are right in the chat, like why, they say like, why is this a highlight of the week? But it is for us in a way. It's not like a highlight in a wonderful sense. It's a highlight to, for us, for what we are commemorating right now.
It is an emotional highlight of the week, and that can mean good things and bad things. That's what makes Titanic so special. I'm realizing now in my haste to get things moving, I never introduced myself. I introduced everybody else, but in case you somehow did not know, in this group, I've said who I am to all these people 3,000 times this weekend. My name is James Penka, creative director of Titanic Honor and Glory. I don't creative direct the animations by any means. That's like Jack has free reign to do what he wants, and he's earned that right because these animations are always spectacular. But I'm also the host of the Witness Titanic podcast, and we talk a lot about the sinking in on that podcast, and I have a new season starting Friday. Come enjoy it. I want to throw it back over to that table as we have just. Oh, wait, you want to talk?
Yeah,
that's what you were.
I'm looking at you. I want to talk. I need to say.
I'm sorry.
I need to say something. I
thought
forgot.
Matt gave me the look of something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong,
I've been
and so
giving that
I was
look to
going to
everybody all night
That's
long.
really
I'm
funny.
so sorry,
okay,
everyone. Everyone's a
yes.
champ.
Okay, and let me throw it to Matt here.
So yeah, I forgot someone important in our special thanks, and I feel terrible about it. We are dedicating this real-time syncing animation to a beloved historian in the Titanic community who's helped us out so many times, and who has someone who's given us information just because he wanted to help. He's a lovely person. He passed away this a couple months ago. Randy Brian Bigham is his name. He was a Titanic historian who loved Dorothy Gibson, Lady Lucille Duff Gordon, the fashions of the era. He knew everything about Edith Rosenbaum. He knew so many little snippets of the lives of these first-class ladies that he was the go-to, and he passed away very suddenly. And we are dedicating this real-time syncing animation to Randy.
This one's for you, Randy. Randy, yeah, very, very sweet guy, and it was a really wild experience. The day you told me that he had passed, I had just recorded a bit for the podcast about Irene Harris, and I had looked through all of his research for that episode, so I felt like I had just talked to him the day before. It was terrible timing, a terrible loss, but Randy, if you're watching from somewhere, thank you for all of your help in the past with our work. So back to Titanic, back to 1912. We are 5 minutes out from starting our live stream. I open the floor up again to anybody who, especially our newbies joining us for the first time. What does Sarah? What does a real-time syncing mean to you? I know I mentioned, and I feel like these real-time syncings are just like the best way to experience Titanic. But what is a real-time syncing in your life like?
It's kind of wild because we're used to seeing the syncing in the context of, you know, the movie or what have you, but seeing it second by second, minute by minute, and everything that happens during it, it puts it into context that it's not all Hollywood drama. This really did happen for real, and following along every step of the way, it just shows you how wildly terrifying it came to be after, you know, when people began to slowly realize, oh no, this is very, very, very bad, and following that the entire time to the point where, you know, it's the very final moment and it's all over, and by the end you're exhausted, but you know, you've come away with this newfound appreciation for everything that they went through. And it's not, like I said, a Hollywood production or a movie. It's real, and it's very important, I think, to appreciate it in that context of how it actually happened, minute by minute, and you know, see it that way as opposed to how we're maybe used to seeing it in the past.
Yeah. Liam, your thoughts on the old real-time syncing style of taking in Titanic's history?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with what Sarah said. It's absolutely one thing to read the text and read over the testimonials and imagine it for yourself, but when you take all of those survivor accounts and all of the information that has been learned over the years and really just compile it into a playable video to watch back upon it, you know, it hits you. It really does hit you. It's a reminder that this is real. This actually happened. And when you play it back in a real-time fashion, it really is, it really drives it home that this is a human tragedy. This is something that actually happened. It's not just, you know, text on a page. It's not just, you know, analysis documents. It's a real tragedy. And, you know, of course, just watching it back and really just taking it all in, it really helps you absorb what actually happened that night in the case of Titanic.
Thank you very much, Liam. I should mention, you just reminded me actually that when we get into the syncing here, the video will open. This is a 3-hour, 17-minute, and 9-second video. We're all here in the Queen Mary. We're looking at the screen before we click the play button, which we will do in 2 minutes. And just some things you should know. The timings in this video, especially if you're watching on YouTube, we try to sync it up just right, but we might be, you know, a minute behind because of the delay or something, so it may not line up exactly. But also the timings within lifeboat launch times, especially, they can be moved a minute here, a minute there, 5 minutes there. A lot of this comes from the incredible research of the historians we work with, but it also will always be a gray area. So we try to be as picky as possible, but at some point you have to accept what Walter Lord once told us, that no one will ever be the final arbiter on all that happened the night that Titanic sank. But boy, do we try, don't we? So folks, we are just a minute out from this animation, and we have to sync together with everybody here, and I don't have a second hand, so I think I'm just going to count down and give you guys the old 3, 2, 1, and we'll all click at the same time. So you at home are seeing at the same time as everyone here on the Queen Mary. Is everybody ready to watch a little real-time syncing? Okay. Are we all set to click? Let me wait. You're ready? Okay. So I'm going to do a 3, 2, 1, and then you hit it where the 0 would go, okay? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, click. And we're off to the races. Enjoy, folks. we'll let it play for a little bit, and then we'll have a little discussion after we get in. Now, folks, the first thing you will recognize about this animation that is leaps and bounds ahead of our previous work are the incredible NPCs that are all over Titanic, and you will see them, you will sail with them throughout tonight, and endure a bit of of a tragedy with them, and it just brings it home a whole lot more, or at least I assume it will. I mean, come on, look at this. Sorry, I'm just seeing this for the first time and I'm about to cry. I'll let you enjoy it a little bit here. If you look closely, we should see David Nonini in there somewhere. Now, no one asked me, but if I were to be found in any space on Titanic at this late hour, this is my all-time fave, the second-class smoke room.
Many rooms are still closed, like the library on C deck in second class.
And here you see a whole bunch of stokers here. Isn't this incredible to see them actually at work doing all of this?
This might be the first time we've put out something with these kind of proper NPCs and animations.
Hopefully one day they'll actually be shoveling coal, though.
Oh no! What are they doing then? Oh, Titanic's. Oh,
They're
no.
practicing.
This would have been an absolutely grueling job, just being down here in the heat, just shoveling and shoveling. You can't imagine what that must have been like. But of course, I mean, even down here in the engine room, it would have been quite a filthy job. I mean, it was not more oily than coal, but oh, look at that! Oh, you see, Jack loves to do this. These amazing. Look at that! Wow.
3 blades on all propellers, by the way.
There you go. Question answered. Jack continually ups his game every year, and everyone he works with, it's really something. I mean, just 5-6 years ago, we weren't even sure if we would ever do another real-time syncing, and Jack stepped forward and said, "Hey, I really like your stuff, and I'd love to do it myself if you don't mind," and clearly we do not mind.
You know, walking around this ship, the Queen Mary, for the last few days, in the middle of the night, like this hour at night, there's nobody out. The corridors are empty, and it just, oh, there's a guy. But
He's one interjection, Kyle. We have the researchers who worked on this want me to interject every once in a while with historical tidbits of new information that we've not technically uncovered, but just want to bring to the forelight. Forelight, is that a word? Anyway, forefront. Right here, James Cameron made it famous that the dining room tables were set for breakfast, but the accounts that came from the stewards that night didn't actually say they were setting up the tables. They were just hanging out off duty, waiting to get any orders because they were the night watchmen. So we don't have our tables with anything on it anymore.
oh, we got some baby bergs there.
I think they're called growlers. But I think we should change the Wikipedia to baby bergs.
And here you see one of our many incarnations of Scotland Road.
The lower third class areas, everyone's off to bed, ordered to bed at this hour.
Wait, were they seriously ordered to bed?
Lights out.
Oh
there's a
my
rat. Oh my God,
gosh.
watch
Oh,
out, there's a
no.
rat. Look at that rat.
Oh my gosh.
You see, that's actually why they were ordered to bed. They didn't want anyone to see the rats running around.
That was amazing. Ooh, wonderful touch.
Mr. Ismay just went to bed, too.
Wonderful touch. I feel like I'm there.
Here in the lounge, it's the last group of passengers playing bridge. Dorothy Gibson, Pauline Gibson, Frederick Seward, and William Sloper.
And there's our old friend, Diana Versailles.
Right now, she's witnessing just complete peace and quiet, just a beautiful room, but in a few hours, she's going to see something completely different.
There's that guy again.
Is he ever going to go to bed? you know what, maybe I was going to say earlier, if I were on Titanic at this point, that means that I time traveled there. So what I would be doing is running around taking pictures all over the place before it hit the iceberg. So maybe that's me.
He reminds me of Adventure Out of Time. If you went down those B-deck hallways and took a certain corner, and that man would walk by that you could never catch.
You know, it's a very fascinating contrast seeing just how busy the machinery rooms are. You know, the boiler rooms, the engine room. You know, one can imagine just how loud those spaces are at this time, at this late of hour, all those men working late into the clock. Then meanwhile, up in the public spaces, everything's winding down for the night. Most of the passengers have gone off to bed. A few stray passengers, you know, linger in the lounges, but for the most part, in contrast to the engine rooms below, which are so loud and have so many people working at this time, the upper decks are mostly deserted. It's a very strange but fascinating contrast.
The time is roughly 11:38 or 11:39 p.m.
And of course, we had to shout out honor and glory for whom we are named. Here we go. And so the sinking has begun. I'm really in awe of what our team has done this year, even with just that part of the animation, seeing things I've never seen before. Even just the stuff going on in the boiler room is spectacular. So credit to the team for everything that they have already done in this animation. But I also love, Jack definitely shouts out previous animations and even the James Cameron film. I saw a shot or two in there that seemed like little nods to Mr. Cameron if he's out there watching. I doubt it. But we really are kicking off, and as people who know me and listen to things that I make, this is my personal favorite part of the sinking, obviously, but for the survivor testimony's sake, what the survivors do when they describe that moment ranges from highs to lows, from loud noises to nothing, from rolling over marbles to the windlass running out. There's so many crazy sounds and descriptions that they all use as we watch Captain Smith looking out the bridge wing, as we understand he did, looking back at the iceberg that will define his life. But the testimony, if you go back to it over and over again, those moments, the moment we're experiencing right now, there are third class that are waking up because water is already on their floor of their cabin. We have Lawrence Beasley realizing the engine's turned off. We have other first class passengers still sleeping, completely unaware. We just talked yesterday at this very event on the Queen Mary about Olaus Abelseth, who did not hear anything or feel anything. It was his roommate who said, "What was that?" And that's what clued Olaus into knowing that something was wrong. So even two men sharing a room, one had a very different experience than the other. So these moments that we are seeing as already, oh my gosh, this is incredible. This is the cargo, like the tarp over in the cargo hatch ballooning, because the air in the cargo hold, it needs to go somewhere as it's filling
Giant
with water.
ravioli.
So it is blowing up, and this is what many crew members say they saw. They saw the ballooning of the tarpaulin of the tarp over those cargo hatches, because the air needs to go somewhere. And so we're seeing it for the first time in one of our animations. That is a very cool thing to see after reading about it for so many years.
Yeah, and it's scary down here, especially in the lower areas where there are cargo. There's the mail hold going to flood, and this area isn't accessible very often by normal passengers and by normal crew members. You don't go to here after the ship is loaded up with cargo. So that's one of the reasons why there's not an extreme bit of alert that there's danger afoot. They don't see damage in the passenger areas. They see damage in the boiler rooms, but that could be it. So it doesn't seem like it's anything that dangerous for the unsinkable ship, as she is known. David, by any chance, can you tell us what time it is on Titanic? We just hit the iceberg, so how many minutes have passed since that moment?
Well, according to my clock, it is 11:43 p.m.
11:43 p.m. on Titanic. Water is flooding the lower areas of the post office. This is the mail room. All those sacks of mail on their way to the Americas from Great Britain. There's going to be men whose job it is to protect the mail almost with their life. They want to get the registered mail safe because it's the Royal Mail ship. Who knows? There could be a letter from the king there.
And now we're seeing on the well deck, which we know plenty about, but a fun recent conversation that we had at this very event. We were looking at the testimony of Olaus Abelseth, and he saw this ice on the forward well deck, and he talked to what he describes as an officer. We won't know if it was an officer or a purser or an engineer. Who knows if he knew what an officer really looked like. But he described seeing an officer and asking him what had happened. And we also know Third Officer Pittman would have been on the forward well deck at that same moment, checking out the ice himself. Perhaps they spoke to each other. And that's the fun game we get to play.
So the ship's still moving ahead at this point. Remember, the engines are the engines stopped, or they're just going dead slow at the moment? Who knows this? Who has their knowledge of the engineering of what happened at Titanic? I'm just the executive producer. I don't know anything about this.
Don't look at me.
Yeah. Regardless of if she stopped or if she's just going full ahead slow, she's going to take a while to completely come to a stop. And I don't think that moment has happened yet.
But we are coming up on it.
And I think what's really profound about this moment is that this, for many people, is their last few moments of the blissful ignorance of what was happening right under their feet. So many people at this time still had utterly no idea of the profound tragedy that was about to unfold, and they were just having their final moments of just peace.
And now we have the steam escaping through the tops of the funnels as the steam needs somewhere to go, just like the air in the cargo hold. described by many passengers and crew as deafening. I believe Lawrence Beasley, I want to say, says it sounds like 20 locomotives blowing off steam all at the same time.
We're going to hear this steam. Titanic's passengers are going to hear this steam for quite a long time. It's going like, you wanted some noise? Here's some noise, everybody. It's the steam from the funnels.
It's the perfect thing to have during a full-scale evacuation of an ocean liner, the inability to communicate on the boat deck where all the lifeboats are.
But it's vital, otherwise the ship's engineering systems down below, they're afraid it could overload. There's a lot of steam built up from all those boilers that were supposed to go into the reciprocating engines and then been converted into power for the turbine to run the central propeller, but they're not using that anywhere else, so it does have to leave the ship.
This point in the sinking has always been of particular interest to me. At this time, as Sarah mentioned, these are the last moments of blissful unawareness amongst the passengers and crew alike. Now, at this time, it's kind of a strange sort of point where some people are starting to find out one way or the other that something is not quite right. There is an account that is very chilling to me by lamp trimmer Samuel Hemming. And he talks about hearing this hissing noise coming from the forepeak of the ship. And it's just stories like these that really go to show that, you know, one way or the other, people are slowly starting to find out that something is not quite right.
Quickly, sorry, Liam. Richard Williams Norris, I just messed up his name. Richard Norris Williams just saved a man who was trapped in his cabin by knocking down the door because the ship's collision seemingly shook about the entire woodwork of the vessel. And this older gentleman was trapped in first class, and then he just couldn't get him out, so he banged the door down, and then along came a steward and famously said, "You'll have to pay for that, you know. That's White Star Line property."
That's White Star Line property.
That's why you're the actor.
Yep. I have to use it somewhere. So you can see, like, this many minutes later, the ship is still gliding forward at quite a clip. Takes a long time for a ship like this to stop.
Who pulled out the cord?
No, it'll go back up. We lost our feed here. Okay.
You're
there we
only
go.
missing the flooding of the Titanic. It's nothing important.
Yeah. You only missed a bit of a clip of the firemen's stairway here from the boiler rooms up to their quarters.
Yeah, leading
flooding.
firemen Charles Hendrickson and Thomas Ford were looking down, and they saw water coming in from way below onto deck.
There are all these places on Titanic that you hear about constantly in these early moments. One of them being that exact double spiral staircase area. The other being the stairwell that led from D deck down to the mail room. These are two places where one could go to and look down a long expanse of the ship. There's not very many places like that. The grand stairs, like looking down the well, but that's a little too high up. There's no water. So those are the two places that survivors often say, I ran over to the stairwell and I could see water. I could see the post office clerks with wet pants because they were just submerged in water. So these are places that we show in our animation, of course, because they are talked about so much.
It's only been about 11 minutes since the ship hit the iceberg. 11:51 p.m., April 14th, 1912. Titanic's time of the ship is apparent ship time in the middle of the ocean. So 114 years ago, this is what was occurring. And an interesting observation that a few people don't look at is that they tried to find damage over the side of the hull. Right there, the lamp stewards supposedly brought down a lamp to look over the side of the ship where they hit the iceberg, and they couldn't see any damage above the waterline. Greaser Alfred White and other men inspected the waterline.
People can't see my jaw on the floor hearing that.
Brand new
That's
information.
amazing. Brand new information.
That other people have written about for years, but yes.
Fantastic.
The lights have gone out in boiler room number 5. A scary situation for the men down there. And
Oh, there we go.
the mail clerk's desperately trying to save the mail that's in the lower post office in the mail hold. Boxall is down here right now, and he saw one of the mail clerks, who he identified as Williams Logan Gwynn, holding the bags and about to take them upstairs away from the floods. These are heavy bags of mail, and now they're soaking wet. So he's putting all his effort into it, and it's not an easy task. And eventually, they are going to take several mail bags all the way up to the boat deck. But if you saw Titanic right now in the middle of the ocean, you might not think anything is wrong with her from this perspective.
Certainly.
Yes, especially if you're on the port side, you wouldn't see. You have to be really up close to see, oh yes, there's a list, and some of the portholes are dangerously close to the waterline. But of course, the ship is unsinkable. That's not a myth. That she was never called that. She was called that in 1912 by not just period magazines like the Shipbuilder, but also the White Star Line herself, saying that Olympic and Titanic are being built to be unsinkable. And that was commonplace for brand new ships. The ever advancing technology of the day, allowing for these ships to seemingly be safer and safer, bigger and bigger.
Even Philip Franklin, the vice president of White Star Line, and he said that he was quoted as saying the boat is unsinkable and nothing but inconvenience will be suffered by the passengers.
And he said this, if I'm not mistaken, after, in the aftermath. So he's waiting to hear, but the ship has already sunk, and he's waiting to hear the news, and he's so confident that even he uses the word unsinkable, and then has to walk that back hours later, maybe a day later. It's really something.
Oh, yeah.
We have some commotion in the hallways and the corridors. What could possibly be going on?
And I think going back to the idea of whether or not she was officially called truly unsinkable, on any official documentation or anything like that, I think the prevailing thought at this time was, look at this ship. She was so grand, so beautiful, and such a wonder that it almost stands to reason that at this point you would believe something like this could be unsinkable, because what could take something like Titanic down? So it just stood to reason for many people that she was unsinkable.
I think it's important to point out that almost every ship that was coming out around this time was being touted as unsinkable. It wasn't just Olympic and Titanic. It was other ships too, like the Carmania. When she came out, she was being described as almost unsinkable, and her sister ship, the Coronia. So it wasn't just that White Star was kind of being like, oh yeah, these ships are unsinkable. This was kind of a prevailing belief among the maritime engineering community, that these ships were becoming so safe and so well built that it would take hours and hours and hours if they were ever to sink. Like in 1909 with the sinking of the Republic, it took almost a whole day for that ship to sink.
And just a little message out to our YouTube viewers. We understand it's a little quiet on the animation side, but also to everybody in the room, David, Liam, Kyle, everybody, to speak up into the microphone, project like the good actors you are.
Yes. It's a little, all things considered, quiet over here too, but it's quiet aboard Titanic.
That's true. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to give you the idea of how quiet it was on board.
Yeah, that's exactly it,
yes,
isn't it?
That's exactly right.
That tarpaulin has deflated now.
Oh, yes. See, the water all the air has escaped because there's nowhere for the air to be. And so the tarp has deflated.
So I think adding on to what David brought up earlier, at this time, as of 1912, just the confidence of the Edwardian era had probably truly reached its peak up until this point. When you look at ocean steamships of only 20 years ago, it is absolutely miraculous just how far ships had come. Looking back into, for an example, the year 1847, when the United States had their very first ocean steamships cross the ocean, that being the Washington and the Herman, these were ample-sized paddle steamships of wood construction. And all of a sudden, less than 100 years later, you have ships such as the Lusitania, the Mauretania, Titanic and Olympic. It's such an incredible leap in technology that, you know, the level of confidence that these engineers had is, you know, they really show it. They really do show it, and I truly believe that as of this time, April 14th, 1912, going on April 15th here soon, as a matter of fact, this is truly when the confidence of the Edwardian era had reached its peak.
It's hard today, being on this gigantic ship and hearing stories about how she was rocking back and forth during rogue waves. I can't imagine any of this moving. And so,
Right.
let alone tilting, having a list, anything like that. And so I feel like I'm on solid ground, and those passengers on Titanic are going to feel the same for a few more hours. And it's one of the reasons why no one will want to get into a lifeboat at first, too.
James Cameron was so lucky that he didn't have to make his set sway back and forth. You know, it's so strong in the ocean, in a calm. I mean, look at that calm ocean. Look at the stars reflected in the water, as described by survivors, like a mill pond. They said.
I see a light off in the horizon. What is that
Ooh.
light?
Who knows? I personally believe it's people from the future watching.
It's all of us. It's this entire room full of people. That's why it's so bright.
Or aliens. You think I'm joking, but I do.
But all things considered, look how alone Titanic is.
Yeah.
That's the only, besides the stars, that's the only light.
Now it looks like we have a steward shutting a watertight door.
Steward Wheat just takes it upon himself to go down to F deck and close the manual watertight horizontal sliding doors. So far, there has not been any official order given to the crew to close the remaining watertight doors.
So we have him to thank for the fact that we'll never see the swimming bath.
Yes, it's his fault. He's the last man, the last person alive.
We can get
to
down
see
to
that
the
room.
Turkish bath in the wreck, but we can't get to the swimming bath because he shut that door.
Thanks
Luckily,
a lot,
he did.
Wheat.
It probably gave Titanic a few more moments.
Yeah.
There's many arguments that it's that watertight bulkhead that if it was just up to E deck, as we all say, would have kept the ship from going under if it wasn't as low. Third-class passengers all over in the bow are waking up to a terrible surprise.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about that rat we saw earlier.
Do you want a spoiler alert?
Oh no. Is it coming up? Oh God.
Nothing as bad as what you can imagine. It's just the sinking of the Titanic. What could be
Okay,
terrible?
what have we here?
We will have something. They're mustering the crew down below. You know, we have seamen who felt the collision, who were asleep in the bow, and some who don't want to wake up at the other side, on the port side of the ship off of Scotland Road. But we're getting the quartermasters together, seamen together. Something is up.
Now, as the resident theater person here, I'll give you guys a little direction. David, Kyle, Liam, Sarah, and Matt. You should feel like you're yelling. That'll give you.
Okay, James.
We just had to change our batteries here because our mic
yes.
died.
Well, okay. Well, luckily you changed your batteries, and luckily the lights in boiler room
Right.
number 5 have turned back on. Even though Fred Barrett went up to Scotland Road to find some lanterns, he doesn't need them anymore.
You know, I was going to say earlier, before the mic stopped working, that you know, in a way, it's kind of ironic that they closed the watertight. Oh, I gotta talk about that. They closed the watertight door to the pool because that meant that for a little while it didn't have any water in it.
So the crew are preparing to swing out the lifeboats now and get them lowered. Captain Smith won't officially instruct the lifeboats to be swung out, though, for about another 10 minutes or so. It's just after midnight on board the ship.
And right now the
See, just after midnight. I was right.
and right now the change of watch is happening up in the crow's nest. Believe it or not, Fleet and Lee were still on duty, and they are being relieved. And they come down to find a whole heck of a lot of chaos going on. Lee sort of looks down that number 1 cargo hatch and is able to see water coming in down below. And Fleet, for some reason, decided to go back to his cabin. I don't know why.
And this is, for those Broadway musical fans out there, this is the dressed in your pajamas in the Grand Salon sequence.
As fittingly, we skipped Wake Up, which isn't on any album.
Wake Up is usually cut from the show.
But if your ship has stopped in the middle of the night and you hear this roaring steam ahead of you, you're going to, especially in first class, get up and see what's going on and start gossiping. What did you see? Did you hear something?
I can't really stop commenting on the fact that these NPCs, these people in these animations really do bring it up to a whole new level.
It's stunning. It's unbelievable. Sarah?
I was just about to say that there was a lot of, around this time, there was a little bit of commotion starting to stir up, and in my reading, one of the themes that I started noticing, just this sort of tendency for a lot of the women to talk to their husbands and say, "Can you go out on deck? I think something's wrong." And husbands would go out and start peeking around and come back and say, no, I think it's fine, maybe lifeboat drill. And several women said, no, I think something's really, really wrong. And told their husbands, go back out on deck, make sure. And there was almost a sense of like this women's intuition of something's not right. And you see several examples of this throughout the early period of the sinking here.
And something that we experienced this weekend, we did a movie screening of Titanic 1953, and we had a really nice time watching that. But there's a fantastic moment where that sort of thing happens, and they go up on deck, and the main lead character is sort of putting on a brave face, and the Barbara Stanwyck says, she's like, you don't have to put on a brave face, and he says it's easier for him that way, which really struck me. We know that men may have put on a brave face for their families, but they're also putting on a brave face for themselves, which is rather touching. We have third class going down one of our many iterations of Scotland Road.
Yeah, they're evacuating the forward part of the ship, which is flooding their quarters, grabbing their bags and their luggage. They don't want to leave behind all their belongings, which they brought with them as they're immigrating to the United States and Canada. But some of them have to get up and leave a lot quicker than others, depending on how low down your third-class cabin was, as it floods.
And in our modern sensibilities, if any of us saw water in our quarters, if we're on a ship and we saw water in our quarters, we would lose our minds, possibly because of Titanic. But it's fascinating to think that a lot of people, crew, maybe more understandably, but passengers would see water in their quarters and go, okay, time to just grab our stuff and head a little bit out of the water. Like, we today would be absolutely terrified the second we saw water maybe we're just more worriers than they were in 1912. I mean, for some people, this is their first time on an ocean liner, so maybe they think this happens. Everything's fine. Yeah.
Oops, somebody left the water running.
And one of the things that was starting to disturb people a little bit too was the absence of the engine noise. They were noticing it just suddenly was too quiet, and there was a lot of speculation. Why can't I hear the ship, the throbbing of the engines? And I believe it was Lawrence Beasley that encountered 3 women that were kind of speculating about the lack of the engine noise, and he actually brought them in and showed them like, oh, listen, you could still hear the humming if you come in here. They've restarted. It's okay, and trying to calm them down that way and trying to sort of convince them that it was actually fine, but it was more than likely the auxiliary machinery that was causing that hum.
Liam?
When you're aboard ships at sea, you become incredibly accustomed to the feeling of the vibrations beneath your feet. You become incredibly accustomed to even the sound of the engines. And so a lot of these passengers on Titanic, as soon as that vibration ceased, as soon as that sound stopped, it became, I can only imagine the eerie silence that fell over the ship, the raging steam above aside. This sound that you become so accustomed to over the course of the voyage is just suddenly gone. That same feeling is also suddenly gone. And so I can only imagine just the sheer confusion of that, of this noise that you're so used to suddenly ceasing to exist.
Just a moment ago, I'm going to be doing this a lot. Sorry, everyone. I don't want to interrupt them because what they're saying is great. But third class passengers went to their promenade deck. They were allowed up. They're not locked behind any gates inside the ship. They just only know their quarters, but they still, a lot of them dropped off their bags on the aft well deck. They just all seemingly thought, well, I guess we'll put them here now. We know where our bags are. They're out of the danger of the water, which could be just a little could be commonplace, as James said. It's kind of a joke, but it's true too. They have no idea what's going on.
Another one thing of that kind of gets me, that occurs to me now about the third class, the whole they're locked behind the gates thing, is it just another way that it doesn't make any sense is they had exterior promenades. They had the well deck, the poop deck, the forward well deck, and to an extent the forecastle. They didn't need to be locked below decks.
There's going to be a lot of lifeboat commotion, and hats off again to our research team who have looked up period lifeboat drills, looked into the timings of them, and listened to what they said instead of perhaps James Cameron reenacting it later on with one of his lifeboats to get a different timing of how long it takes to launch a boat. Captain Smith, Purser McElroy, and Mail Clerk Smith are walking along the E-deck corridor towards the mail stairs to inspect the rising water.
Yeah, they're heading to that exact spot I mentioned earlier. That's
Thomas Andrews there telling them probably the fatal news at this point. This is possibly where the famous scenes of looking at the blueprints, looking at the deck plans, and with everyone together saying the ship is doomed.
So that's the spot where you have to insert possibly VHS too.
Yes, that's where you. That's a callback that only a few of us will get soon.
Yeah, soon.
This is the point where you'd hear him say, "Well, I believe you'll get your headlines, Mr. Ismay."
Many of the watertight doors on F deck and below are closed on the deck above with a handlebar to turn a little notch in the floor, which has the plates to turn all these gears in a really bizarre way. Some you can close down below, but some you have to close from the deck above. And Molly Brown famously looked out her cabin past some curtains in the corridor and saw these men closing one of those watertight doors, not knowing exactly what was going on though. These scary third-class areas where the water is finding its way up and above and over watertight compartments and floating down below already.
That is the terrifying part for me, is anytime a survivor describes seeing water coming down. You don't expect water to be coming down the stairs or leaking from the ceiling like this. You expect it to be rising from below, but if it's coming down, then it's already above you, and that is a terrifying thing. Here are those stairs from the first class areas that end up leading down to the post office.
Yes, stewardess Annie Robinson is looking down and sees the water rising slowly up the that staircase.
And in this area, or like you see here, the mail room. I mean, the mail room itself is already totally gone, and the post office is basically gone as well. I wonder how many, because the mail room was stuffed full of.
The captain has rushed up on deck along with Thomas Andrews, and he's now instructing the lifeboats to be lowered with women and children. Sorry, Kyle.
But I do wonder how many bags of mail they managed to get out of there before it flooded.
The passengers remembered seeing the mail bags being brought up through the grand staircase and now on deck, left in the little cubby area behind the gymnasium.
Are we beginning the swinging out process? Looks like it.
The time at Titanic.
12:12.
That was good teamwork, David.
Thanks, David. David has our Titanic time over there, so he's our watch keeper.
We have a little bit of a hero character this year, and that's Stuart Wheat. And he's going to take the task to go around and do so many things during the night. He just instructed other stewards to wake up the passengers.
Something I kind of thought of listening to Herbert Pittman's testimony from the inquiries, something I was doing for my podcast. And it was just the seriousness of swinging the boats out. It was one thing to prep them to be cleared, and then it's
maybe this
thing.
is when Wheat tells all the stewards to wake the passengers. Sorry.
There you go. It's one thing to swing, or it's one thing to clear the boats, get them ready. It's something they might have done a couple times in a voyage over the course of a ship's career. But to swing the boats out, I think, is a pretty serious step forward in the process. That means you plan on loading those boats. You plan on dangling millionaires 70 feet above the water. That's a much larger statement than just, let's get the canvas covers off.
It's funny that you say dangling millionaires above the water 70 feet when there's going to be one millionaire who has a little bit of a freak out soon. Spoiler, sorry. I think a lot of people here, everyone in this room kind of knows what's happening, so there's no way to spoil it for the people here.
You're right, sorry.
We're amongst our people, James. Remember that.
And in a couple minutes, Captain Smith is going to poke his head into the wireless room and give them a heads up that, hey, we might need to send out the call for assistance, but don't send it until I tell you to.
Right.
And that's the first inkling that they probably had in the wireless room, that there was something other than the steam blasting overhead, that something was really wrong.
And around this time, as stewards are making their rounds and waking up the passengers or just alerting them to don their life belts, Edith Rosenbaum was actually quite irritated with her bedroom steward when he asked her to put a life belt on, because she was one of those that thought it was a strange midnight lifeboat drill, and she scolded him. She said, "Let me tell you what I think of your British regulations," and then she realized, oh, something's really wrong, and she's thinking about all of her fine things in her luggage and her steamer trunks, and the first thought that comes to her mind is, oh, if Titanic sinks, will they transfer the luggage? Will my things be safe? And he says to you, "Miss, if I were you, I'd go back to your room and kiss your lovely things goodbye." And so after that, she settled with a toy pig that her mother gave her, and that was what she ended up taking with her after her little, I guess, tantrum, if you will.
Out to the wireless room, where we saw
the wireless room jump rope that we have.
Yeah, where
connecting Phillips to this headset. But seriously, a quick note on just our NPCs that we have. There was very little custom animation. So before someone on Reddit says that we're not working on THG and we're spending our resources somewhere else, we're getting, Jack has some ways, and we do have an NPC artist that's mainly just for these animations because we want to see these things. There's that, actual animations for video games very difficult. If you played our alpha, you see our shipyard workers walk around and then get stuck in places. So indeed.
Yeah, it's kind of actually a special year in general, and I'm kind of glad we're having this big weekend on the Queen Mary, and we have a brand new animation from Jack with NPCs, because this is also the first real-time syncing we're doing while our Titanic Honor and Glory Alpha is available to be played, and that for our team and for our fan base has been a long time coming, and so
your long wasn't long enough.
Yeah, so to just know that that's out there and people can explore the alpha for the first time over these last few weeks has meant a lot to us. So we hope everyone at home has had a chance to explore our virtual Belfast.
So the band started playing a little while ago. Hopefully the people at home heard it. I'm sorry for everybody in the audience who couldn't hear the beautiful rendition of Alexander's Ragtime Band. Well, we can't right now because we're out and hearing that steam, and the band is probably playing in the grand staircase initially,
Yes.
or possibly the lounge. Even though there's no piano in the lounge, they still gathered where all the passengers were. This is not the time of night for a concert, so they just went where the commotion was to try to play and calm some nerves and make it seem like it's just a normal activity that's going on right now, and that they're there too to just be part of the fun almost.
I wanted to add a quick thought and add on to what Sarah mentioned about the stewards on Titanic waking passengers up. It was really quite a lot of things that stewards were telling passengers at this time, and one of the stories that really sticks with me is something that a steward told a passenger, saying that, the shudder that you felt was Titanic actually cutting a whale.
There's one of our custom
in two.
animations of walking up the staircase. Sorry, everybody. Walking up the grand staircase is so difficult because it's such a unique design, but we did have to have that. Sorry, Liam, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the interesting stories that really sticks with me is a steward telling a passenger that the shudder that you felt is Titanic hitting a whale and cutting it in half. And as silly as it might seem, this was actually a fairly common occurrence. There we go. Yeah, sorry, guys, the mic cut. But no, this was a fairly common occurrence that happened at the time. Back in 1894, the former Cunard liner, the Russia, at this time known as the Vasland, under the Red Star Line, in 1894, she struck a whale, and the exact same thing happened. Cut the whale in two. And this same exact occurrence happened with many packet ships in the 1800s as well. So as silly as this story might seem, it was actually something that was on the minds of people at the time.
That is outrageous. Thank you for sharing that story. I've heard that we've only cut a whale in two quote before, but I didn't know it actually wasn't necessarily a complete joke.
It's a terrible actual event. And one thing that's I'm going to jump ahead to post-sinking the morning after. Sorry, everybody, but we don't realize that there was wildlife in the area. Many passengers said they saw the sea spray of whales going by. There were some seagulls that were now out and about. So there were a couple of icebergs that different passengers from different lifeboats reported seeing seals on the icebergs, on the ice floes. And if you really believe everybody, there was a polar bear that found its way on an iceberg that drifted off the coast of Greenland somehow and was in the area. There's I think George Behe's book, you got to get it, talks about the animals on Titanic down to the little buggies, but he also talks about the animals that were encountered later that morning that scared the passengers, possibly even a shark, as some ladies looked down over the side of the boat and they swore they saw something circling the boat. Of course, there's paranoia, there's lots of things, and James, we talked about how witnesses are sometimes they think they're seeing something, but they might not be seeing what they're seeing.
And we can't blame them too much. They are often telling these stories in a very traumatic time in their life, having gone through a very serious trauma, and how they process that and how they retell that to others is up to each individual person. But we as researchers and as people who just love this story, when you hear of sharks in the water, when you hear of these things, we do take them with a bit of a grain of salt.
a couple of seagulls being a bad omen the day after, you can definitely believe. But an entire a school of sharks, as one person I believe said it. I don't think there's schools of sharks.
Well, I should say, when you say sharks, North Atlantic sharks would probably be little, I think blue sharks, I think they're called. They're like little guys. They're not.
He's also a marine biologist,
You're not seeing Jaws out there.
No, there's no Jaws, yes. The time on Titanic is roughly
12:21 a.m.
12:21.
It's right around this time, or shortly after this time, that Thomas Andrews is seen rushing up the grand staircase by a few passengers, taking a few steps at a time. Clearly, a lot of urgency in his movements at this time.
So there's still a need to figure out what's going on, even though that the captain knows that there's some damage. There's some danger now. It's not just a little bit of a scraping or something. There is serious damage, but they're still trying to assess what is occurring on board Titanic.
Imagine 1912 society seeing Thomas Andrews in his like suit, jumping 3 steps at a time, running up the grand stairs. That would clearly stick out to people as a bit of a concern.
And unfortunately, there's a bit of concern with Mr. Ismay, who needs the ship to be evacuated faster. And there's Ismay kind of upsetting one of the officers on boat deck, telling him to get the boats down lowered faster. I think that was Pittman.
Yes, it is. Pittman is very fresh in my memory, so I apologize if this is the Pittman real-time
It's
syncing.
the Pittman time. The
shameless plug. My new season of Witness Titanic starts on Friday, and Pittman is the witness in question that we speak to through his testimony. So all of his little facts and figures are fresh on the brain.
Third Officer Pittman had his cabin on the boat deck. And if you want to see where the other cabins were on the boat deck, you should get some Titanic deck plans at TitanicDeckPlan.com.
That's right. Who else has something to plug?
Who else?
Shameless
And if you'd like to go on
promotion
a
time.
grand voyage, no, I'm kidding. Titanic. Yes, this is all, and this is all
Titanic
part of
Legacy.
Titanic Legacy.
Titanic
And if you
in this lull, we can plug everybody. Titanic Legacy.
That's right, Titanic Legacy podcast. Paul Carganilla, co-host of this weekend.
We are.
And the biggest plug of all, folks, come to the Queen Mary next year and have a really lovely time for Titanic Weekend 2027.
Everybody from the THG team is going to be there. Asterix.
Oh, we got some fighting going on here. It looks
Third
like.
class don't want some third class passengers have no idea. There's a lot of third class passengers, and
Yeah.
the crew need to get them up and about as soon as possible. We talked to Cora, the actress from Titanic. She had that scene where they burst into the cabin and said, "Lifebelts on, up on deck."
Yes, that was one of the highlights of the weekend for me. Alex Owen Sarno, who played Cora in the movie, was here, and she was very sweet.
I think it was a few minutes from now, maybe, that we have these images of the third class passengers just being told, "Hey, lifebelts on, go up on deck," and kind of fending for themselves. But then you also have other stories happening at the same time. There's the third class.
Rats.
Oh, not the rats.
This is where the rats are going. That's good enough for me.
The way you said, "Oh no, Sarah," made me think like something horrible was actually happening, and then it's just rats. It's okay. But we have third class steward John Hart, I believe, who was grouping up women and children in third class and leading them to the boat deck himself because it was so difficult, especially with all the commotion, to find their way
Sarah,
up. So
I have to tell you that the first Titanic passengers to evacuate have just got into Lifeboat. And those passengers are Helen and Dickinson Bishop, followed by Nellie and John Snyder. They're the first class passengers to get in that Lifeboat 5 and say, after lots of convincing, we're going to get off this boat.
And one of the things that I always find fascinating about this sinking, and I talked about a lot last year, and I have my list in front of me for this year, I love to keep track of how many people have evacuated Titanic, how many people are still behind. So while the boats haven't left, Matt has just mentioned the first 2 individuals. There's 2,208 on board. And what's our time check over there, David?
Shipboard time is 12:26 a.m.
It is 12:26 a.m. Titanic has been sinking for 46 minutes, and we have a few people in a lifeboat. So we're not doing great, but we have 20 lifeboats to get out of here in the next hour or so.
Speaking of not doing great, Lifeboat 4 was already lowered down to A deck for the evacuation. And all the Titanic people here know what happened with Lifeboat 4 and the struggle to fill it up, because the A deck promenade on Titanic, which on other ships, that's the intention, is to lower the lifeboats down to an open deck and put the passengers in. But on Titanic, that forward section was enclosed, much like here on the Queen Mary, in this room that we're sitting in. There's windows with that, what would be on an enclosed promenade. It's now part of the room, but to open those windows, you have to get a crank and crank them down. The crank, where's the crank? We need to find the crank is what the next problem will be for Lifeboat 4.
And it's at this time that the first wireless message distress signal is sent out from the wireless room, 12:27 a.m. ship time. It's immediately picked up by the La Provence, the Mount Temple, and Cape Race. The Frankfurt also picks up this message as well, but they missed the first part of the message saying that it's a distress call, and they think it's just a standard check-in message.
Oh, and where have we just disappeared to, Matt?
This is the Mount Temple, David.
Yes, this is the Mount Temple, and they are one of the first to respond. The captain, James Moore, he's immediately alerted, and he tells them to turn the ship and begin making their way at full steam towards Titanic. Unfortunately, though, they will not be able to reach them in time because they will come up on the other side of the ice field, which will prevent them from crossing over to Titanic.
We see this forward section of E deck slowly flooding more and more, and because of the slight list to starboard, that's the forward. There's a first class section of E deck, first class alternative second class cabins, which are on that starboard side, and that's where we saw the rats running away from. Scotland Road is dry, but the starboard side is flooding just a bit. Passengers today and passengers in 1912, a lot of them don't like the cold, and they're staying. Some are just staying inside to stay warm and discuss what's happening. Famously, who's in the gymnasium at this moment trying to stay warm?
Who was?
The Astors.
The Astors, of course. And in fact, just to add to that, there's no conversing happening on the boat deck because you can't hear yourself because of that terrible exhaust going out of the top of the funnels. So people are gathering in here for warmth, of course, but they're also gathering just to talk. It's so much more comfortable here in the gymnasium.
And I know that if I was a passenger on Titanic at this point, I would most certainly be at least inside the ship in the the warmth of it. But I wanted to add a quick note regarding the Welland davits aboard the ship. So the Welland davit technology on board Titanic is very fascinating given how new it is. You know, the Welland davits were only patented only a couple years ago up until this point.
There's a light on the horizon, though, Liam. That seems teasingly close.
There is a light on the horizon.
Oh,
I wonder who that could be.
And it turns out it is the Californian. Stopped for the night because of the ice flows, not wanting to take the risk. They don't have. I believe she doesn't have any passengers at all, so there's no need to get to the other side of the Atlantic on time.
Liam, continue your Welland davit point, please.
So this is actually a very good example right here. You'll notice that the Californian has a type of davit known as the radial davit. Now, the radial davits were used across practically every single ocean steamship ever built between the years 1840 and upwards. Now, prior to 1840, they had a similar type of davit, but had a different type of name and operated slightly differently. But practically every ship, point being, used the radial davit. So the type of davit by which Titanic was using, the Welland davit, was a very new piece of technology. And you'll see in the coming minutes here, that, Titanic's boats, of course, won't be loaded to capacity. and you can almost sort of sympathize in a way with the crew members. This is such a new piece of technology that they're unsure of how to handle it. Up until this point in their maritime careers, they had worked exclusively almost, unless you were aboard the Cedric, for an example, a big 4 ship which had the Welland davits. They worked almost exclusively with these radial davits. And so this was just a completely new piece of technology for these crew members to use.
It's almost that the innovation that these ocean liners are going through is becoming a little bit of a hindrance, ironically. Now, David is one of our Californian guys, along with someone else here, Blake. Who were the two crew members on Californian who are looking at that other light on the horizon that they see a brighter light?
The 2 men on the bridge is, one of them is Second Officer Herbert Stone. He's the officer of the watch. And the other one is Apprentice James Gibson. And they...
No relation to Jack Gibson.
No. But the light was sighted earlier on, and they were pointed it out when they came on duty, and they continued to monitor the light throughout their watch.
Something we discussed yesterday during a lecture here at Titanic Weekend 2026. We discussed how there were third-class passengers on the well deck, on the forward well aft well deck, who also spotted a mystery ship in the distance, potentially the Californian. And what sort of struck me by this testimony that we were reading together was that, yes, sure, we expect someone like Third Officer Pittman or one of the officers on the boat deck to recognize what a ship looks like on the horizon. But for third-class passengers who were just normal people, never been on an open ocean, and lower on the deck, a few decks below, that does make a difference in seeing how far you can see. These third-class passengers also recognized a ship. It just goes to show how close Californian appeared to everyone on board.
Now, the time is roughly
12:33 a.m.
And I like this system. And no lifeboats have been lowered yet. I don't know what the time is here anymore in real world because I changed the time on my
real world 8:31.
It's 8:31, and I want to say hi. I want to give a shout out to everybody who's here in the Queen Mary watching this with us. And I also want to give a shout out to the 6,000 people who are watching the stream right now.
6,000 on YouTube. That's pretty special.
I'm glad everyone is here with us.
Do we have a record of ever?
I have no idea what it is.
We don't really pay attention.
It sounds terrible, but every year we always think, wow, I can't believe it. This thousand. Oh my gosh. So it could be low, it could be high.
Somebody,
I really don't care.
Sound off in
awesome.
the comments. When have we ever broken 10? I don't know. But we're happy you're all here, and we're very happy everybody is here. And everybody at home, you're going to come to Titanic Weekend next year.
Yeah, we're going to have 6,000 people here.
Yeah. They're building an amphitheater
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Maybe we'll fit a few more people.
We can just go in the Spruce Goose Dome over there instead. That'd be so cool, actually.
And it's around this time that Fourth Officer Boxall is actually recomputing Titanic's distress position, because the first position was worked out by Captain Smith based off of the dead reckoning that was taken earlier in the day, and the initial position was 41, 44 north, 50, 24 west, and Boxall, hearing that position, thought it didn't sound quite right, and he went and he recalculated it to the famous 41, 46 north, 50, 14 west, which, as we know now, was also erroneous.
Incorrect, yeah.
But it was a good enough position to get the Carpathia to their location.
Yeah, thank God.
And I foolishly did not put down on my notes exactly the time that this happens, but it was around this time that one of the members of the Attergool 14, which was a group of 14 Irish immigrants that were all a close-knit community and sailing on Titanic together, one of them named Delia McDermott had already secured a place in a lifeboat, but remembered a pair of gloves and a hat that was given to her by her mother that she wanted to go and retrieve. So a bit like Rose in the lifeboat, that she jumped back out, and she actually did succeed in getting the hat and gloves from her room, and she came back. She boarded another lifeboat, and it made her one of the 3 members of the Outer Ghoul 14 to survive the sinking, and the only Titanic survivor to have boarded 2 lifeboats.
That's a great point. So I ask everybody at home and everybody here to sort of clock that we are only so far into the sinking. And yes, there is water in third-class spaces almost exclusively. Exclusively at this point still. Maybe D deck.
The squash court is long gone.
Court. Okay, so there's a first class space that's experiencing this flooding, but I want you to go back to Titanic in your mind and wonder if you would have been concerned yet.
Liam or David, which ship is this that's sailing towards somewhere?
So this here would be the Baltic, which is one of the big 4 ships that I was talking about, as a matter of fact. Now, in this shot that's coming up here, we have a far more famous ship.
I heard some people say it in the audience.
The
So-
Carpathia.
We were all waiting for everyone to say it together.
I was waiting for someone to jump in.
Someone in the audience said it under their breath. Carpathia.
Everyone was in shock that it was Carpathia.
She looks so good.
She's real.
So I wanted to, sorry, go ahead, James.
No, I was just going to say the steam was still going.
Yeah, she's still deafening.
So I wanted to add a thought regarding the lifeboats on Titanic up until this point. So when we think Titanic, we think of it being the only ship disaster to take place in this time period, in this direct point in time. But the truth is, 2 weeks ago, prior to April 15th, 1912, the P&O steamship, the Oceana, went down, and the only lives lost on that ship was from a lifeboat that fell into the sea. And, one makes you wonder, was this why some of the passengers were so fearful of boarding these open-topped wooden lifeboats that were so far up on the ship? And, just thinking of the Oceana disaster only 2 weeks prior to this, it really makes you wonder, could that have played a role into passengers being reluctant initially to board the lifeboats?
In our world of news all the time, it definitely would be nowadays. We'd hear that boarding this ship. Did you hear about this disaster that just occurred? Luckily, I'm on the unsinkable Titanic, however. I'm safer here.
There's another one that actually took place as well. It was unfortunately, it was a big month in March of 1912 for these maritime incidents. The Adelaide Steamship Company's ship, the Kumbana, she vanished off the coast of Australia. And the Kumbana was a small coastal steamer, and this really plays into the what I mentioned earlier about Edwardian confidence. You have the Titanic, which was the largest sailing ship in the world, the largest ship that is sailing. And then you have the Kumbana, which is a very small, quaint coastal steamer.
We have some terrible news that the coal bunker door in boiler number 5, behind it, water was filling up, and that bunker door has just given way, and now there's a cascade of water filling up boiler number 5. And this is indeed the moment that is dooming Titanic as this boiler room is flooding. And during this chaos earlier, there was an injury in the boiler room. We had engineer Harvey and fell into an open manhole, and he was dragged to the side to the pump room. And it's very possible that in this cascade of water where the engineers and boiler room men left in such a hurry that him and Shepard, did I get it backwards? Did Shepard fall or did Harvey fall? Shepard fell. Oh, I'm sorry.
Am I making that up?
Yes, but I think Shepard fell into a manhole cover, and boiler room men Harvey stayed behind with him, and they were not seen. They were not saved. So we don't know if they were the first to perish or if something else happened.
And we have a very big moment. We have Lifeboat 7 being the first lifeboat lowered from the boat deck. The evacuation of Titanic has truly become a reality. And what time is it over in 1912 land there, David?
It is currently 12:40 p.m.
12:40.
Or
Titanic
AM.
has been
AM.
sinking. Titanic has been sinking for 1 hour. And for those of you who need a spoiler, she will only be afloat for another hour 40. So we are very deep into the sinking. Not quite the halfway point, but we're not too far from it. And we're getting our very first lifeboat launched by Murdoch on Titanic.
We could all go into a long triad and discussion about did the crew act appropriately and fast enough, but I think our jumping off point for that discussion is always that, the Titanic disaster hadn't happened yet, so we can't really...
Of course.
We can't really blame them too much.
Same reason why we would see water on a boat and freak out. You know, we have the benefit of Titanic to teach us lessons. They did not have a Titanic in their life necessarily. If anything, they had ship sinkings in their more recent history that gave them more confidence than less confidence. So we really can't judge them too harshly. And then let's not forget, Titanic had 20 lifeboats, and as we will see, 18 of them will be launched quite successfully, and 2 not so much. But could they have acted quicker? I guess, but it wouldn't have made a terrible difference.
One thing to note is that if you're looking up in a lifeboat like we are right now and seeing the davits that are the cranes that are keeping you alive, you're seeing them bend and wiggle and move so much and flex.
That was an incredible shot just now. That really blew me away, looking up at those lifeboats. How terrifying to see. Not only are we dangling over the water like this by men lowering us with ropes, but there are lifeboats above us that could give way at any moment, or when they're lowered, a rope could slip out of a crewman's hand. And I mean, this is terrifying.
Now, we are fortunate enough to have footage of lifeboat drills that took place in this time period. One that I can think of is a lifeboat drill that took place aboard the Aquitania that was filmed. And I remember pestering Jack about this in the early phases of this real-time sinking animation, trying to get him to animate the lifeboats, jittering as they lower downwards. And so when you think of the way the lifeboats lowering were portrayed in the James Cameron film, it's actually quite accurate. The way that it's so uneven, the way that it's, rocks and bounces and just jitters all the way down. It really gives you that feeling of instability as you get lowered downwards.
And at the same time, up on deck, we have women beginning to cope with the reality that they will be separated from their husbands. And the families are beginning to wonder, they're having to make the difficult choices of who's going to stay, who's going to go. Are we willing and able and prepared to separate the women and the children from the men? And there was just this was the moment, I think, for a lot of people that it became extremely dire and terrifying.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of urgency from some of the crew, but there's also some urgency from Mr. Ismay, who still wants these lifeboats lowered faster, and he greatly displeases his 5th officer's low so much that looks like he's rocking out there. Sorry, Jack. I'm sorry, Jack. I know. But yeah, he's like, you lower that boat. I won't not lower that boat. Who are you? No, I'll just move fast. But yes.
God, it's so aggressive.
Again, quickly real-time syncing evolution of the animation. If this was this last year or the year before, those would have been these blocky, like, dark shapes that would have just slid angrily next to each other instead. So,
which was very effective.
It was scaringly effective.
But this is clearly
it was almost ghostly sometimes.
Seeing a person walk on the promenade deck, on A deck, you can see them walking by those windows. It just brings Titanic to life in so many ways. So this is Lifeboat 5. Am I correct? We're about to see our second lifeboat launched.
Maybe, yes, it was. Sorry, Mark.
And something that I love that happened, something that just fascinates me that happens at this moment, is Officer Murdoch turns to Third Officer Pittman and says, "You go in charge of this boat, old man," as they said. And he didn't want to go. Pittman didn't want to go. He'd rather stay on the ship, but he got his orders, so he goes in the boat. And he's asked in the Senate inquiry, did you expect to see Murdoch again ever? And he said, of course I did. I thought I'd be back in an hour. And then he's asked, do you think Murdoch expected to see you again? And he thinks, and he says, apparently not. And like, what a powerful moment of two men having a conversation, one knowing that he's not going to see the other ever again. It's an incredible thing.
There was a quick moment, you blink, you miss it, two first-class passengers decided to jump into Lifeboat 5 at the last second as it began to lower. I'm not going to pronounce their names because I never can. Dr. Frothinel, and he lands on one female passenger much smaller than him, and she becomes unconscious. So it's not the safe. It's still, this is the second lifeboat. We're having some injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bound to happen with all the people that are who will soon be panicking, in just a short amount. And there goes a rocket. Now we should mention that in probably all Titanic media, the rocket launch is depicted incorrectly. The rockets are explosives in a capsule that get fired into the air via a detonator. And so there is no typical like rocket sparkle trail behind it. We showed just a little bit of the smoking, burning black powder there. The rocket capsules are basically fired into the air like cannonballs. And then the firing and the explosion of the rocket sound like two loud reports. And I think that Californian noticed that rocket launch over on the horizon from that strange ship.
Lawrence Beasley has one of my all-time favorite quotes about the rockets. He says that the light from the rocket illuminated the faces of the people who saw it.
The issues that happened in Lifeboat 5, I think it was Liam who just said that, these launches were not even. There was issues, this is even depicted in the James Cameron film, but with the first Lifeboat, but it's going to happen to many of the lifeboats. Sorry, James.
It's okay. History comes first, Matt.
Quick thing that hit in my head, we're basically reporting the Titanic disaster live as we're watching it on the news.
This just in.
Yeah, I don't want to say it. We like to make a little bit of jokes, but still, it does feel like that as we see things happening. And the only benefit we have is we actually know what the event is and what's actually going on, not speculating. Like right here, this is good old Quartermaster Rowe, and no one's told him about what's going on.
But I love this shot, seeing the equipment on the docking bridge under this canvas. I have literally never seen it depicted this way, which makes total sense. They would be covered because they're not being used.
They're not being used, yes.
They wouldn't be used except in port, so of course they're covered.
I believe they're covered in the photograph of Titanic's poop deck in Queenstown, except for the telephone, which Quartermaster Rowe picks up, and after noticing that there's a lifeboat in the water. What is going on? Why is there a lifeboat in the water? So he calls the bridge to investigate, and they tell him, bring some more rockets from the aft part of the ship, from the aft store under the poop deck. We need all the rockets up forward, because there were 2 rocket launch locations on board Titanic by law, by the Board of Trade, and that's on the starboard side and the port side, and there also has to be a rocket launch location forward and aft. And the aft rocket launch location would be the docking bridge, but they're not going to use that during the night. They're only going to use the forward one by lifeboats number 1 in collapsible C.
I will point out that Lifeboat 5 is about to hit the water, and that would make about 28 people in Lifeboat 7, about 36 people in Lifeboat 5, for a total of 64 individuals having been evacuated from Titanic, leaving 2,144 still on board. And we are nearing the halfway point of this disaster.
We're nearing the tipping point of the disaster because there's a little gap above the watertight compartments in the boiler rooms, and the water now is probably flowing over that gap and is going to flood into the next compartment proper instead of just that door bursting through in the boiler room in boiler number 5. I have a note coming up from our research team, the lead researcher at THG, Robin Buting. He calls this his movie. He's going to win an Oscar from it. And that's not how it works, Robin. But unlike, we're going to have Captain Smith soon around the boat deck, and he is shocked by the state of the evacuation. And now we are used to Captain Smith in many movies, the musical, as in shock, not because of the state of the evacuation, but in shock because his ship is sinking. You know, he's feeling responsible for all this loss of life that's inevitable.
He's like catatonic.
You're right. Yes. You know, but this is not true. There's so many reports from survivors saying that Captain Smith was there helping with the lowering and the filling of their lifeboats, and he indeed was around helping. He was acting like a captain on a ship, giving out orders, trying to save as many passengers as possible. You know, there's just some famous moments like the officers walking up to Captain Smith to get permission for the lowering of the filling of lifeboats, and that's not because the captain wasn't doing anything, but just mainly because they're following the hierarchy that's established in the British society of the day, that they're going to wait until their captain gives them the order.
And here we have, of course, the RMS Olympic, who is just receiving Titanic's distress call and sort of unbelieving it at first, but they nevertheless turned and began heading towards their sister ship's aid.
The rockets were launched far higher into the air than also depicted in motion pictures. This is an artistic piece of creation here, so we didn't like how far up the rockets exploded even, so we brought them down a little bit, but they were high up in the air to be above the horizon so that anyone looking over, perhaps Californians, should see the rockets, which are white, which is what you fire at sea if there is distress, not red. It's not about the color of the rocket, it's about the rockets in general. And now lots of passengers did say they saw different colors in the rockets, and today the researchers, here's Captain Smith also, by the way, the face of Captain Smith, modeled by Donald here on the THA team. He's in the audience. He's stuck on our NBCs, but Captain Smith is angry that the passengers on the port side aren't seemingly taking this seriously. There's been no lifeboats launched on the port side, only the starboard side, and he's yelling with his megaphone to get in the lifeboats, women.
And I think Rhoda Abbott, a third-class passenger, she was traveling with her two sons, and there was this terrifying moment where they got up to boat deck and they approached a lifeboat, but despite the fact that her sons were young, they were both older than 13, which was apparently the age cutoff where children are no longer children, and so they were not allowed to board the lifeboat with their mother, and Rhoda, decided to stay with them. And ultimately, though, despite her determination to try to save her family, they were separated once the water started rushing up the boat deck, and she would end up trying to stay, trying to find them, but she could not find her way back to them, and she made it onto collapsible A, but her son sadly did not survive.
We can see the E-deck level of the grand staircase. Our famous grand staircase is filling with water now from Scotland Road. The doors are open on Scotland Road, and our good friend Stuart Wheat, he's went down to a cabin on F-deck, and he witnesses the scary scene of that water from the E-deck level of the grand staircase flooding from above to F-deck below. And that's pointing out researchers today and the men that went and did the inquiry into the disaster, that the water is spilling over one of the watertight bulkheads.
I'd like to ask Liam and David, you both have been very heavily involved in the animation of the making of this. How many weeks or months have you been watching this and watching Jack work on this?
We do have a lifeboat being lowered on the port side finally. Lifeboat number 6. We have lowering first on the port side, a little bit of a controversy, but there's going to be controversy into any disaster that happened, especially 114 years ago. And we're showing here Lifeboat 6 lowering first.
As for this animation, it feels like we've been making it for years, but I almost wanted to quote the movie there, but I digress. But yeah, we've been working on this animation for months now, and the amount of detail and just the quality of the whole thing has just left me speechless. I've not seen as much of this as I wish I had, and to see it now put together with all of the sound and the music, it's breathtaking.
Hold it there. We only have one man in this boat.
We have a very famous story in the Titanic universe, Arthur Puchin descending into the lifeboat. That's awesome. That is so cool to see.
He made it in. And he drops, I believe the story is true, he kind of falls into the lifeboat and his wallet falls out of his pocket. Oh. And guess who has recovered that wallet? Well, I mean, RMS Titanic. But yes, they've recovered his wallet at the wreck site years and years later. Business cards on the side said Arthur Puchin.
And for those plus ones in the audience, Arthur Puchin needed to descend that rope because there weren't enough men in the boat to row, and he stepped forward because he was a yachtsman, so he might have the ability to row.
So this is a very interesting... There we go. This is a very interesting point in the sinking where people in the lifeboats begin to realize that things truly are not quite right. You can really see in this angle here just how far down the nose of Titanic is at this point in time. It's been a little over an hour since Titanic struck the iceberg, and
she
the bow
looks
of
like
the ship...
a bird that's trying to get her babies off to safety almost. I don't know. It's just I haven't seen this perspective before, so I skimmed through the animation, but still, this is so bizarre and sad seeing it right there. Sorry, Liam.
Yeah, no, it really shows just how far down the nose of the ship is and how much the sinking has progressed just over the course of a little over an hour. I forget exactly which historian it was who worked on the 1997 Titanic movie, but I remember he was saying, it might have been Don Lynch, if I'm not mistaken, but as they lowered the set downwards, they became used to the tilt. It became normalized to them, and that is what the passengers on Titanic most certainly would have been experiencing, versus the people in the lifeboats who are seeing this dramatic angle of the ship, how far down the nose is. It's just a very fascinating contrast where the people aboard the ship might not realize what is happening or might not even realize the angle of the ship up until this point, whereas the people in the boats do.
And watching this progress, it's kind of striking if you think that just, a little over an hour prior, most of these people were cozy in bed and not thinking, anything was wrong. They were just enjoying their voyage and thinking about tomorrow. And then, an hour later, this is where they find themselves.
David, can we get a time check?
It is almost 1 in the morning on Titanic. It's 12:59 a.m.
12:59. 1 in the morning is a very important moment. That is the halfway point of the sinking. So this ship is halfway gone here, and I don't feel panicked. People on board don't feel panicked for the reasons that Liam just mentioned. We feel it's so slow. It almost, it is a slow burn. And at this moment, at 1, even if we include Lifeboat 8, which starts to lower around 1 o'clock, we only have 121 people safely away from the ship and 2,087 still on board.
The mood isn't panic at all unless you're down below and seeing water flood into these spaces. And we have to thank the ship's orchestra for keeping the ragtime up and keeping the passengers calm. I like to think that these guys had a sense of humor, and I think I said it last year because one of the songs they played was 1 o'clock in the morning, I Feel Lonesome. I wonder if they played it at 1 o'clock in the morning.
And knowing us, is that what's playing right now?
That is indeed what's playing right now. Is 1 o'clock in the morning. You have to give personality to these famous people. The Bride and Phillips and the Wireless Shack are basically computer nerds of the day. You know.
something about the Turkish bath that many of you know, because the Turkish bath would be a very, moist spa-like place on the ship. The walls are waterproof. The tiles, very elaborate, beautiful designs, and for that reason, it is one of the most well-preserved spaces on the ship, all things considered. It's one of the only places you can see a photo of, and you know exactly what you're looking at.
Just take a moment to appreciate, especially in those previous shots, the incredible flooding graphics that Jack managed to work into this.
Yeah, for those who aren't as involved in virtual recreation world as we are, water is probably the hardest thing to make look good in a video game. Having water bounce against walls, usually they just cut right through them, and the way it collects, it's just so hard to do. Even the great video game studios of the world struggle with water, but Jack has done just something incredible with this. The fact that this animation is made by a team of essentially volunteers who just love Titanic it just blows me away.
Well, Kyle, especially it's good that you mentioned that, because you made the first animations for THG of flooding waters, like the reception room, and then you had the chairs floating up one by one. You did that all yourself, and I imagine that took a while.
Yeah, the actual flooding, the water was just a big plane rising up. Actually, it might have been the room going down, and I had to hand animate keyframe every piece of furniture that floated up in the water. So all the stuff you see here, I believe, is pretty automatic. It's
Yeah, Jack doesn't. It doesn't take Jack like more than 30 minutes sometimes to flood a room on Titanic.
How long ago did you make those first flooding THG animations, do you think? Like what year?
I believe it was like 2015 to 2016, something like that.
Well, as we said, this is our sort of 10th anniversary, our 10 years of looking back at these streams. We did take 1 year off, we should mention. So this is our 9th, I guess. But we took a year off in 2021. 2021.
Yes.
Yes, 2021 we took a year off, and then Jack Gibson joined our team, and here we are. So this is the angle that passengers would have been in the lifeboats and turned around and seen the ship and they would see how these lights, these portholes, are slowly getting closer to the water and even disappearing under the water, and that is that first indication that something is amiss, because when they were on board, they didn't know. I mean, even you have to consider the sheer. I mean, people who've been exploring the Queen Mary all weekend here with us, when you're walking around, the sheer is pretty dramatic. So if you're on the boat deck in the forward part of the ship, you're actually standing on pretty even ground, because the sheer would usually be tilted up, and now you're back even. So it's a real crazy trick of the mind that these passengers are experiencing, and they don't get the clarity until they see this view that we're witnessing right now.
One of the songs that's playing right now is Tales of the Hoffman, a famous piece that passengers heard earlier during the voyage, earlier in the evening, and they're hauntingly hearing it again as they're paddling away.
Now, even though we're seeing this angle and these passengers are starting to understand that something is amiss, it's not all hope lost, of course. Titanic's bulkheads will certainly hold up, and the sinking will stop once the equilibrium is met. And of course, even if that's not true, ships are on their way. The Atlantic is filled with ships. There's even a ship on the horizon.
Lifeboats are just there to ferry passengers.
Yes, we're just going. Even Officer Pittman himself, he thinks he's just going in the boat out of formality. He's the third officer. There's only 4 people above him on this ship, and he thinks they're just going into the lifeboat for a bit of formality, and he'll be back in the morning. And his biggest concern is if the wind picks up, it's going to be really hard to row back to the ship. That is his concern, even at this moment. He's still, he said in his own words, he didn't think anything was wrong until the forecastle head, the very front of the ship, disappeared beneath the water. That's when he knew, okay, this ship isn't coming back from this. So that's not for another 30 minutes, I think.
You know, seeing the ship like this, the people at that time, they would have probably felt like they had everything figured out. You know, like Matt said, lifeboats are for ferrying people. There's just going to be a boat coming by. We don't, in the first place, we don't need that many boats on the ship. It's just a temporary thing to get people off and get them on something else. These are busy shipping lanes. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. We've got it figured out. It's the modern age.
I'm going to continue quickly with our following of Steward Wheat. Murdoch is telling Steward Wheat at this moment to gather up the stewards so they can bring them down to A deck aft, where they're going to fill up and lower boats 11, 13, and 15. It's taken a while, but the water is finally creeping its way into Scotland Road, the long working alleyway on the port side of E deck and Titanic, connecting the bow and stern. It's a continuous span of corridor, and it's going to cause a lot of effects onto the sinking soon.
And of course, for our plus ones in the audience, Scotland Road, a main thoroughfare for the crew on land, is the nickname given to it. And to this day on cruise ships, usually that main crew thoroughfare is referred to as I-95 for the exact same reason.
Now, we were all talking about how the passengers are calm and they just continue on. The Titanic's going to be safe, and we just saw third-class passengers in their general room under the poop deck, far aft in the stern. There are accounts that they seemingly just continued the party that they had earlier in the evening. I think it was Eugene Daly had his pipes out and was playing them. That someone was on the piano. They're just trying to entertain themselves until somebody came along, perhaps, and told them what to do, give them orders. That will change.
Meanwhile, down in the boiler rooms, they're bringing the pumps forward to try and stay ahead of the rising waters.
Third-class passengers are accustomed to being told what to do by people above them, by people in power with the money, with the, that's just sort of the norm. And God forbid you don't speak English and you have no idea what is going on. This idea of gates holding third class back, we can debate forever, but something that cannot be debated is the very emotional and not physical gates that were holding third class back in many other ways, such as a simple language barrier on a ship where no signs have multiple languages.
And the crew was not told to gather them. They were told to wake them up, but there's going to be hero members of the crew down below in third class. Stuart Hart and a number of other men are going to go down and try to collect up their passengers from their section and bring them up to the boat deck. And, it's going to take a lot of time. Oh, no, the ship. Don't worry, it'll be back right after the weird QR code, everybody. Yay!
There we go.
For those at home, the Titanic is sinking really fast. And so fast it almost knocked over our projector.
And I think someone needs to fix it.
Well, I don't know what's going on there, but
While we fix that, yes, Kyle.
Oh, good, excellent. You have to wonder what went through the minds of people on the boats as they saw this sight. I mean, maybe at this point, there still would have been plenty of people who thought that it would. Oh no, it's happening. Oh.
Just keep talking, Kyle.
You have to wonder, if anybody really was starting to think, oh, could this be it? Is the ship just going down? But even now, it's not super obvious. Like you would think that it would just stop.
I think it was just about this moment, actually, that in Lifeboat 6 we had Margaret Brown, who they were being lowered right around this moment, and it was obviously a very bumpy ride down. But there was she in her account talks about a gush of water spouting through a porthole on D deck and threatening to flood the lifeboat. And Margaret Brown, being who she is, takes charge and finds an oar and pushes it against the side of the ship to push the lifeboat away from the porthole to keep them from being submerged, essentially.
I believe that is Lifeboat 1 making its way down.
And Matt, Lifeboat 1, it's a smaller lifeboat. It's an emergency
It's an
boat.
emergency.
It can hold about 45.
40, yeah.
And so how many people are on board a boat that should hold 45?
The 12.
12 people. It is the most egregious of the lifeboats. But as we see time and time again in survivor testimony and what we know of the sinking, there just isn't enough people around to get into them, or there aren't enough women around to get into them. And so it gets to the point where Murdoch, who's loading this boat, right, Murdoch? Yeah, who's loading this boat, at some point he just has to say, let's put this one down. I need to move on to the next boat. We need to prepare the next boat. We don't have time to wait to load these all to full capacity. There's 12 in here. That's not great. They'll pick up more later. Let's just get this boat down.
So the ship that we are seeing right here is the Allen liner Virginian. And the Virginian is a very fascinating ship. The Virginian was the sister of the Victorian, and both of them were the very first ocean steamers to have turbines fitted on them. And the Queen Mary that we are aboard right now, of course, has turbines. And you can really look back at the Victorian and the Virginian as being the first ocean liners with those turbines. And of course, ships later on that would come after them, such as Mauritania and Lusitania, would have those same things. But one of the things about Virginian in specific, which we just saw, that is really fascinating to me is, you know, this new piece of technology that the ship inaugurated. And you see her really just pushing them beyond what they were rated for in an effort to reach the sinking Titanic. It's a very emotional, it's a very emotional sight to me, and it's a very interesting thing to think about.
I want to give a little shout out here to just the coloring, I don't know the terminology of filmmaking and stuff, but the color, the lighting, everything about this is so hyper realistic. I think Jack has really found a sweet spot, at least for me, in terms of these animations and these shots. Something Jack is very good at. I mean, he knows the dramatic angles we want to see. If you can't see that with the light currently, that is the Titanic's nameplate right there, reaching, getting so close to the water.
I think it's important to note too that what we're seeing here is angles from all around the ship, from, you know, interiors, exteriors, just every angle you could possibly imagine, whereas the people on deck and the people in the lifeboats only had their own view, their own perspective. And you could only imagine what was going through their minds. They didn't have the full view that we have today after learning and compiling all the research. They just had fear, maybe some of them just blind hope, speculation. They didn't know, and all they had was what they could see directly in front of them, and like, what must that have been like?
And a shout out to the researchers as well. You may notice in this animation that sometimes Titanic has a list to port and to starboard. You know, she's leaning to the right and to the left, and that's not random on our part. That's not artistic. We're not just trying to show that, ooh, Titanic's unstable. These are known angles that are based off of survivor testimony. And when one lifeboat describes being lowered and hitting the rivets as it goes, then we know the list was to one way. And so these researchers put this together and have recreated it so authentically. Like the attention to detail from Jack's point of view is great, but from the researcher's point of view, unmatched.
There's going to be a little Easter egg detail that's coming up in a moment or so that Jack wanted to include. But yeah, research, you know, we go off of just survivor testimony always, and James is the expert here on that. But, you know, there's one way to interpret. This is Ruth Becker, by the way. Ruth Becker left her mother and went down to get some blankets from her cabin in second class, and she encounters absolutely nobody in second class, and it just scares her so much.
Wow.
David, what time is it? Because we just saw a clock.
Well, according to my clock here, it is approximately 1:15 a.m.
I think that's what I saw. I'm old enough to be able to read clocks, analog clocks. I don't need the digital clock, so yes, thank you.
So we're about, what, an hour and 5 minutes short of the final plunge?
Yeah, we're coming down to the, not quite the wire, not quite the home stretch, but we're rounding second. For our
Now,
sports
Murdoch ordered most of the men and women aft after the lowering of the boats forward on the starboard side happened. That's one of the reasons why boat number 1 was lowered with so few people, but now we're seeing the first of the aft boats on the starboard side being lowered. This is number 11.
Look at the light off the rivets like that. I mean, it's really something.
Every year we say, wow, this is amazing for what Jack did. And
I know. Well, I mean, it's just like anything.
I know.
He gets better. The technology gets better. And it's this model that you have seen throughout the years from Titanic Honor and Glory going back a decade. This is sort of the same model, but Jack
not at all.
Jack and company have updated it so much that it's hardly the same model that you would have seen 10 years ago.
The actual model you see here, if I may, for just a moment, Matt, feel free to disrupt me if something comes up. But the work on it started in like 2011, and it was the main THG exterior.
I have to interrupt you, Kyle.
Oh.
Sorry, but this is an important and controversial moment because water just suddenly seems to come up from the deck plates of boiler room number 4, and it's one of the theories that brings the grounding that could have happened to Titanic when she hit the iceberg. It gives it more holding up, because where did this water just suddenly come from?
Sorry, continue, Kyle.
Continue, Kyle. Even though the D-deck door is open, and I have a huge thing I can say about that.
The D-deck door is open there. And, I mean, that's a huge amount of space to just open up in the hull. I mean, isn't that roughly at least as much space as what they say was opened up by the iceberg?
Yeah. I mean, there's despite not seeing anyone in a lifeboat opening, no one saw this door being opened. It's very likely that it was opened at this point. The reason being is that soon Titanic is going to take a list to ports, and this door is on port. Lightteller told men to go down and open that door, and it took them a while to do so. And famously, Thomas Andrews was seen, at least at one point, by the Veranda Cafe steward in front of the smoking room fireplace, just taking a moment. Who knows what he needs, just a bit of respite.
And this moment is often depicted in the very final moments of the sinking, as if to say that Thomas Andrews met his end standing there in his creation. That is the dramatic version of the story, but this actually happened around this time, where and Thomas Andrews is seen again later. This isn't his last sighting, but it makes for a better movie if it is. Kyle brought up a great point that Titanic, it's often described that the iceberg created 300 feet of damage, but we know it was lots of little bits of damage across 300 feet, but it amassed into about 12 or 15 square feet, about the size of a door frame was the amount of damage that sank Titanic. It was just spread out.
Yeah.
But as Kyle just pointed out, them opening that gangway door just doubled the hole in Titanic.
Yeah, and you have to wonder about, like, it's at the end of the day, it's speculation, but every opening in the hull is an opening in the hull, and that's more places for water to come in. Maybe it speeds up the sinking by a minute or 30 seconds or something, and any portholes that were opened, any that were broken, the D-deck door, and then especially as later on in the sinking, when A-deck starts going under, you get these huge windows and these big openings and doors, and that's probably, in my view anyway, that's probably a big part of why it started going under so fast.
I'd like to just add to that. Everybody here, go back to your cabin tonight and look at your porthole. And imagine that. Like, we see these portholes on Titanic. They could only be so big. But when you see them in person in your cabin on the Queen Mary, they're massive holes in the side of the ship. If you don't close your porthole during a sinking, that will contribute little by little.
And we indeed see portholes at the wreck site on the bow that it doesn't seem like they were opened up when the ship hit the bottom. They seemed like they were in a full open position when the ship sank.
Yeah.
And just interesting, one of those portholes was opened up by either Isidore or Ida Strauss in their cabin.
Yeah, it's important to remember that it doesn't really, even if every porthole and door and window was closed and tight and didn't break, the ship would still sink.
Of course, yeah. But could that D-deck gangway door opening, if it was closed, could it have gave them a few more minutes? And if all the portholes were closed, could maybe Lifeboat A have been launched successfully? You know, little things could make a big difference. But in the grand scheme of things, no, this isn't going to massively save Titanic.
Speaking of lifeboats, we just saw Lifeboat 16 lowered, the first aft port boat, and for a long while now, third-class passengers aft on the well deck have been held back at a gate, and they're not going to take it any longer.
And I'm obsessed with this shot because, yeah, third class breaking through this gate. If there is a gate on Titanic that passengers describe being locked behind, it's this one. And we talk about it a lot on my podcast, so I just loved seeing that. I've not seen that before, so that was very cool.
You can see how we can kind of see now here over on the stream that Lifeboat 16 is lowering at the stern, and it's higher up than ever before, and it's dangling because of the list, and that's a really scary situation.
And folks in the room, I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a little bit of a happening. So these are these ships. Whenever you see one of these ships in this animation, usually it's because they are communicating at this moment with Titanic.
Yeah, of course, I may have spaced out for a second here, but we're seeing Olympic sailing across the ocean, and you know, it's kind of sad, the idea of Titanic's sister ship being out here, and just getting these messages of distress.
Can't help her. And I will point out really quickly, because this is where we have wireless messages going on between the two ships. Here for the stream only, we're watching the textless version of this animation. We release an animation after our stream the day after, so when you want to go back and you want to watch this millions of times, please, you'll have it with new things to see. We'll have little historical tidbits. You'll have the wireless messages written out completely. You'll have things written by James. You'll have things written by Robin. You'll have things written by Miles. And I wrote 1, 2, or 3 things. And you'll have more included audio as well. The stream version, we'll say, was done rather at the last moment to make sure that we had something here. And Jack was finessing his final version up into the wire, and I believe it's possibly still uploading onto YouTube right now,
it is.
And it will be ready just for tomorrow. But yes, indeed, there's always a lot of comments in our chats that can we watch this again without you guys talking away forever? Yeah,
of course. You can also turn the volume off right now.
You could turn the volume off, and you'll still complain about the music being too loud or not loud or something. I've done this for many years now. I'm going to give sass back at the YouTube audience.
We love you, YouTube.
And as we've been looking at Olympic, just trying to steam her way, across Titanic, you have to wonder, had she been closer, had she been the hero ship of Titanic rather than Carpathia, what would that have been like for the survivors being rescued by a nearly identical twin? I mean, these two ships were more identical than most sister ships ever were, and as a result of that, you have the idea of like going back onto the same doomed ship. So had history worked out differently for whatever reason, that would have had a major impact, I think, on the survivor.
And that's interesting, Sarah. I just thought, like, at that moment, like, yes, that'd be terrible for Titanic passengers, perhaps, but imagine now Olympic getting another notch in her glory, coming to the rescue of these passengers. She had such an illustrious career through World War I and everything that happened to her. And now she's more famous. Just this weird alternative history. It's kind of fascinating, yes. Like, what if Olympic made it in time? What if Olympic actually was nearby? But yeah.
Yeah, sister saving sister would be a wild thing to see.
That sounded like an odd 90s
Yeah.
television show title.
Sister,
Sister, Sister. It was
It
one.
was
That's
a
why.
show,
Okay,
it
sorry.
was.
Lifeboat 10, 12. 12 is going down right now.
Lifeboat 12 with roughly 42 people in it. So something that you can get into, especially with Second Officer Leitoller's testimony, is how many people he was willing to. Oh my gosh, look at that shot. Come on.
This is the
That's
other side of the ship,
incredible.
and as simultaneously, Lifeboat 13 is being lowered.
And some of these, in these lifeboats, are some third-class passengers, and they're looking in the windows and seeing first class for the first time in a lot of ways, and that's got to be an unbelievable sight for them. Talk about the highs and lows of a night in your life. But Charles Lightoller talks about how at first he only put 20 or so into the lifeboats, and about this time in the sinking, he's starting to put about 40 or so, and then later in the sinking, he will start to put only 40 or so. He never quite gets beyond 40 because these officers don't feel great about lowering with any more than that. They fear the tackle will break. They feel the men won't be able to control the lifeboats being lowered, and something bad could happen. They'd rather it be in the water. They can load to full capacity once they are in the water.
I forget who this is because I don't have it in my notes exactly, but I believe it was the Master at Arms was ordered down into this lifeboat on the port side. Lifeboat 14. Was it 14? I don't know my lifeboats. I have to see all the lifeboats together to know which one is which.
Diagram.
Yes.
Well, we just watched 1953 Titanic, and there was a scene inspired by potentially that gentleman or Arthur Puchin of the main heartthrob of the movie, the Jack Dawson of that movie, descending into a lifeboat like that.
There were surprisingly a number of. Well, let's all stop and look at that. Passengers and crew who had to get into the lifeboats after the fact, go down the falls. It's going to happen again on the port side. There's going to be some failed attempts soon here on the starboard side. There's going to be a lot of drama here on the starboard side in a couple of minutes.
Time check, David.
We are at 1:28 a.m. ship time.
So we are under an hour. We have under an hour to go in this sinking. And things are starting to pick up a bit of steam here. We're starting to get a bit more dramatic. But, folks, the passengers and crew on Titanic are still very far away from any. They are not panicking yet. They are not terribly concerned. I'm sure people are worrying, certainly, but there's no panic to be seen on board this ship that, to our eyes, is clearly going down.
Water from portholes that were left open in first-class areas on D-deck, soon C-deck, is leading into the flooding of some of the first-class areas already.
And this was an issue that Britannic would have as well, correct?
Oh, yes. I just have to take a moment because when someone here says something, me and Sarah are always going like, yes, we know what this is. And I'm sure it's happening at home.
The entire audience nods every time we say something, you know. This lifeboat had this many people in it. Yes, it did. Can attest. It's been a fun weekend for that reason. We were having dinner last night, and we were all sharing our personal stories of Titanic. And somebody said, like, yeah, in elementary school I was kind of the Titanic nerd, and everybody went, we know.
It's kind of a shared experience for all of us, I think.
Yeah. That's why this weekend is so great. Join us next time.
I hope soon. If you're not already, some of the 6,000 people listening or watching at home will be that Titanic nerd next time.
Absolutely.
Some of the, all cabins in first class were not as fancy as Caledon Hockley's suite, of course, but these are first class cabins, the basic ones that are in the forward section of the ship. They're just going to start slowly flooding up. The passengers' belongings are still in them, especially in first class. They don't need to take everything with them. Not like third class, not like second class even still.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things about Titanic is, You always, in Hollywood, you always see the fancy rooms and the grand staircase, and you think that must be the whole ship. But most of it was just pretty plain, because they were Harland and Wolff were nothing if not utilitarian in their design, and so not all of first class needed to have dark wood paneling or whatever. It was just a lot of standard furniture and panels and all kinds of things. And, I get that.
You can see Lifeboat 4 still sitting there at A deck, no one in it.
And at this point, the anchors are underwater. Which, quick aside, I still remember that story someone mentioned of how some guy at a Titanic convention believed that he was the reincarnation of the starboard anchor of Titanic.
We're laughing at the moment, but there's drama happening at Lifeboat 14, I believe. David, with Lowe, yeah, he has his own gun, and he brought it out this moment.
Just to fire off some warning shots to keep passengers calm.
Warning shots.
Just warning shots down the side into the water where nobody was. Not necessarily shooting at anybody, but just to keep the peace, because while there's no panic on board, things are getting a little rowdy.
Yeah, remember,
just a little rowdy.
Those third-class passengers aft on the well deck are now making their way up. The ones who have seemingly realized the seriousness of the situation. There's still going to be some third-class passengers up until the end in the general room, just staying calm, knowing there's no point. But yes, there's some who are going to really try to save their own lives now, men, women, children, even, and that's some of the scenes that are playing out at the aft end of the ship are quite dramatic.
Here we have the forward windlass space under the forecastle flooding. This room would have been used for operating like the warping equipment, for being in port and doing all the ropes and the wires and things to get the ship navigated around and tied up. And now this space is flooding, and these areas would have been for the firemen crew, like the galley and the little saloons, the eating spaces, the dining rooms, and all of this machinery is going under.
And also in Lifeboat 14, right around this moment, we have Eva Hart and her mother being loaded into the lifeboat by her father, and Eva was asleep at the time that Titanic struck the iceberg. Her father came and rushed into the stateroom, got everyone ready, wrapped Eva up in a blanket, and carried her up to the boat deck. And he placed his wife and daughter in Lifeboat 14 and told Eva, "Hold mommy's hand and be a good girl." And that was the last time she saw her father. And of course, we know Eva Hart lived until 1996, so she was alive when many of us were.
In this here you see the D-deck door, the water's finally coming in.
Flooding the grandest of first-class areas on board the ship, the D-deck reception room, but then also flowing back forward into the D-deck corridors and cabins. This might be a crazy-looking scene, but indeed, Lifeboat 14's aft falls are tangled up, and they're resting there in the air for a long time at 45 degrees, but they finally managed to cut the aft falls, and that boat splashes down with everybody on board, really shooken up and a little bit wet. And that's not even the end of the adventure for Lifeboat 14 that night. Lifeboat 15 on the starboard side is lowering down slowly. I don't know if I have the strength to talk about the drama of 15 and 13 against someone else.
Well, I could get a quick note in about why the drama is about to happen. So the Titanic had her reciprocating engines, right? And the steam went through those into the turbine engine to drive the center propeller. And after the steam left the turbine, it went through the condensers. These are these big things that the steam would go through, all these little pipes and stuff. And they had big pumps that would take in seawater, cold seawater, run them around these pipes, and that would condense the steam that went through them back into water. And then that water would go back through a bunch of pumps and filters and stuff and go eventually back to the boilers. And the cold seawater would get pumped back out, and you had through these condenser discharges, if I'm getting correct how that works. and those discharges were on the side of the hull. And Lifeboat 13 is basically coming down right in front of one of these condenser discharges, and the water is pushing the boat back just as Lifeboat 15 is lowering down into the water right on top of boat 13.
And this isn't just any lifeboat. This is the only lifeboat of the entire sinking that is loaded to capacity.
They're both pretty full, I believe.
Yeah, they're both very. Where did I go? 13 has 55 people in it, so
Yes.
about 10 less than it could hold, but with a total of 68 people in Lifeboat 15. So that boat is packed to the brim with people, and it's coming out down on another boat that's relatively full. So this is a very, very dangerous situation for all of these individuals. It would have been quite terrifying. But once they both safely are in the water, which, as you will see, one will push out from the other. The lines will be cut, I think, by Frederick Barrett cuts the wires with a knife, as depicted in the '97 film. Once these two boats are safely in the water, we will finally break 500 people. There will be 503 roughly safely evacuated from Titanic, leaving 1,700 still on board.
She just looks like she's dying right now in this scene from above.
This might be when Officer Pittman starts to realize, I don't think we're going back to that boat anytime soon.
Yeah, not to break the serious mood, but the whole thing with Lifeboat 13 and 15 in the '97 film, some of you might recall when Cameron was doing that scene, and I believe it was Don Lynch was on set, and he was like, no, the 15 wouldn't be that close to 13, it wouldn't be that dramatic. And then Cameron was like, thanks for your input, now I'm going to make it exciting.
I'm gonna make my movie now.
Right. And that's also something that Jack has said to some of the research team who said,
Jack's
it wouldn't look like
Jack's
this.
here to make an animation. I'm going to push the boundaries a little bit. As long as there's a gray area, I'm going to push the gray a little bit.
Now, we just saw Lifeboat 4 is finally being filled up on A deck. They've gotten the cranks into the windows and turned them down. And there's I believe the port list has started. We just saw Titanic looking rather pathetic. I'll call her that, down by the head and to the side, and that list that's going to be caused by possibly that D deck door, possibly Scotland Road, but it's going to cause a huge gap for the lifeboats on the port side between the hull and the lifeboat, and it's going to cause the opposite effect for the one remaining boat on the starboard side when it is lowered down into the water.
And to highlight the abnormality of this sinking, the list you see in most shipwrecks would continue. It would get worse, and it would get worse, and then the lifeboats wouldn't be able to be launched anymore. And eventually the boat would capsize. And I think that's sort of why when Thomas Andrews gives his analysis at the beginning of the sinking, and he says an hour, 2 at most, is the kind of the language that he uses. And it actually makes it 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think it's because Thomas Andrews expects it's not going to stay stable that long. It will eventually roll over, but Titanic never does. She gives her passengers and crew the most time she can to get off board.
So I wanted to quickly spare a thought for first-class passenger Raymond Artigavitia, who was a Uruguayan passenger aboard the ship, and he had a very tragic backstory. In the year 1871, he was aboard a steamship which was sailing from Buenos Aires, and unfortunately her engines caught fire and the ship burned down, and nearly 200 lives were lost. And that event stuck with him so much to a point where he would wake up from night terrors very frequently, standing upon his bed as though he were upon that ship back in 1871 burning. And stepping aboard Titanic, it was one of the first times he had actually crossed the sea. Since 1871, when the steamship America burned down. And at around this time, he was seen standing on deck, pale-faced, and seemingly frozen in shock. And I can only just imagine what must be going through his mind at this time, just given the tragedy that he went through so many years prior. He wrote a letter when he first boarded Titanic, exclaiming how far maritime technology had come since 1871, And as a matter of fact, there is a segment of a letter that I have right here that I'd like to read that his grandfather gave to his father. His grandfather gifted his father an oar, and in the letter that accompanied it, it read, "Knowing how to use it, you will never be hungry. Your ancestors have always survived thanks to the sea. This is your destiny. Follow it."
If I recall correctly, in a letter that Artigavesha wrote on Titanic, he sent it off before it left to sea. He mentioned how safe he felt on Titanic. Like, it was the first ship since the sinking of America that made him feel safe. Like, he thought it would be fine.
And folks, we are going to be approaching very late in the season when a very famous piece of music is played by Titanic's orchestra, and it is tradition here for our real-time syncing. When this begins, we sort of treat it as a long moment of silence. We just listen to that famous piece of music that we've heard all weekend.
We'll be turning it up here for our
Yeah,
audience,
we'll turn it
of
up so
course.
people here can hear it, and we just kind of watch the syncing as it happened. We get out of the way from a commentary standpoint and just let everybody at home and everybody here watch it, and we will rejoin you after the syncing has concluded. But that's not going to be for just a little bit. But I wanted to give you a heads up that we sort of treat Nearer, My God, to Thee as a bit of a moment of silence.
And indeed, after the ship does go down, everybody here hopefully grabs a little tea light candle. I'll be turning on the candle when the moment is appropriate for us to light a candle for those lost aboard Titanic.
Quick time check. A couple of minutes ago, we passed 1:40 a.m. Now it's 1:42, so we're about 2 hours past the collision.
Yeah. 2 hours passed, and at this moment, 1:40. So even now, with wait, what time is it, David? Right now?
It is 1:42 a.m. approximately.
1:42. Okay, so that's we're still only at about 520 successfully evacuated, 1,688 still on board. 1,688 people, many of which may still believe things will turn out okay for them. As Olaus Abelseth told us yesterday during one of our during our live podcast recording, the big thing in his mind, the reason there was no panic is he and the other survivor or the other people still on board, they had no idea how cold the water was going to be. He actually says in his testimony that he thought he could get in the water and swim around until the Californian arrived, which he assumed was coming. And in his own words, he says, "I was wrong about that. I was wrong about that."
One of the interesting ironies about the Titanic disaster is, well, I'm sure everyone's aware of Morgan Robertson's book Futility, or The Wreck of the Titan, which is something that's brought up quite a bit, and a lot of people like to say that it was a prediction of the Titanic disaster. But one of the things that people seem to gloss over is the fact that first-class passenger William Stead, who was an author and newspaper editor, he was aboard the ship, and I believe at around this time he was seen inside the lounge of the ship. In 1886, he wrote a piece that was entitled How the Mail Steamer Went Down to the Mid-Atlantic, told by a survivor. And I actually have it written down here. He had an editor note that said, "This is exactly what might take place and will take place if liners are sent to sea short of boats."
And we actually had a descendant of W.T. Stead here, Loring Stead, and his son, who his son has a striking resemblance to a young W.T. It's pretty incredible.
The survivors did state that they were surrounded by ice that following morning when the sun came up. So it's easy to presume that there were icebergs looming around Titanic that were possibly just not visible because of the horizon, almost the same situation because of the iceberg that they missed. Frederick Fleet might have this is something that Don Lynch said earlier this week, and it stuck with me that Frederick Fleet said that was the third iceberg. The one they hit was the third iceberg he saw that night. And Don Lynch wishes he could go back in time and really, I guess, drill a Frederick Fleet for the truth on the matter.
Yeah, we asked him, what would you ask a survivor? And he said, I want to know how many icebergs he saw. For those who can't tell or can't recognize it, that was a lifeboat floating by the propellers sticking out of the water. That was a big propeller blade in the foreground of that shot.
James, how many people are in Lifeboat 2?
Lifeboat 2, that's being launched at 1:45-ish. Oh my gosh, there's 17 people in that boat.
It's only 5 more than the other boat, the exact same emergency boat.
So it's so late in the sinking, and the officers have to know at this point. But they just don't have a choice, because look at the deck. Look at the boat deck. This is a very good depiction of it. There's men standing around, but there's no women to be put in these boats. There's no children to be put in these boats. And even Murdoch, who's putting men in these boats on the other side of the ship, he's not finding a lot of people who want to go in. And so that boat goes down with 17 people. That's incredible.
Including one of the officers aboard the ship.
Officer Boxall.
Officer Boxall, yes. So, and I believe we have the first bits of Titanic's, I will call it upper decks, her weather decks, her dipping under the water. The forecastle is beginning to submerge. And Kyle pointed this out. Like once these upper decks are not designed to a point to have water flowing into them. There's watertight doors on the well decks, just in case the ship's going through a rough swell and storm. But there's a lot more openings. You have entire cargo hatches. You have the hawse pipes. You have washports, which are designed to empty out any water in the well deck, which are going to let in water to the well deck. So you see this you see this happening inside of more first-class cabins.
Such an incredible shot. I think that was in last year. Okay,
Who's
we have
that?
a new character.
So here we have the Baltic once again, still steaming towards the Titanic.
So it wasn't just the Carpathia, as we usually only hear about. We have the Baltic, we have Olympic. There's a nearby ship called the Frankfurt, which is doing nothing to help and actually being very, very annoying to Phillips and Bride in the wireless room, because they told them to go get their captain. They said, okay. And then 30 minutes later, they said, so what's going on with you guys on the Titanic? They're completely unaware. Maybe it's a language barrier issue, being a German liner. But the Frankfurt is being more annoying than it is being helpful.
And one note about the Baltic is that the Baltic was actually the ship that came to the rescue of the RMS Republic in 1909, and it is still under the command of the same captain, Captain J.B. Ranson. So imagine what kind of story that would have been had he had showed up instead of Carpathia.
I have to mention a behind-the-scenes moment here. There was a lady who fell between the gap of the boat deck and Lifeboat 10. She gets pulled back in. It's in James Cameron's movie. It's in A Night to Remember. She gets pulled back into A deck. She finds her way back to the boat. You heard there was a little bit of a scream from her, rightfully so. That scream is a Titanic movie extra by the name of Alexandra Boyd.
She did that?
She
oh,
did.
That's so great.
She sent. THG wanted to get a little bit of community help, and to give a shout out to everybody who did it, and asked for voice lines for our background people. And I get an email that made it accessible again from Alexandra Boyd. And it's just lines of her screaming, and then every once in a while you hear her dog barking, because that's what dogs do. They just want to join in the fun, and we needed to put that in immediately.
Alexandra Boyd, she makes one really great appearance in the film when Jack enters the dining saloon for the first time, all dressed up in his tux. She's the first-class woman who kind of eyes him up and down as he enters. So she gave us that scream. That's really cool.
Yes, so she is a filmmaker, as we know.
Yeah, she made a documentary called Titanic Movie Diaries. Go check it out. We provided the visuals for it. Very, very great documentary.
So James mentioned earlier, I just want to quickly jump back to this point real quick about ships that were in the area at this point in time. And one of the sad things is that the ice fields near Titanic acted quite literally as a sort of barrier, because there were many other ships in the area that did hear Titanic's distress calls but otherwise could not pass through that ice barrier. You know, one of the ships that I can think of right off the bat is the Allen liner Parisian, a much older ship, but she could hear the distress calls from Titanic, but there was just nothing that could be done because of the ice fields.
And to carry on that note, the Mount Temple, she came up on the opposite side of the ice field of Titanic, and there was she tried to find her way around it, but it was packed so tightly that the captain he had 1,400 passengers of his own to take care of, and he had to prioritize their safety over heading to Titanic, unfortunately.
Now you have to, I mean, yes, there's somebody in distress, but you if it's dangerous, you just can't. You know, you have to take into account that you want to add to the disaster. I think Rostron says that, at least in some of the movies. Now, at this moment, David, the men on the Californian have seen a number of distress rockets, right?
Yes, they have seen. I'm not sure the exact number that they've seen by this point. They recall seeing 8 of them total, and it's one of those things that when you're watching it, you're just kind of frustrated. You just kind of want to yell through the screen, "Would you please wake up your wireless operator and find out what the heck is going on over there?" To me, that's just something that I'll never quite understand, why they just didn't take that little bit of initiative.
And we also have Titanic to thank for that, though, that if we saw a rocket, I mean, I saw a firework go off out the window earlier during this stream. I don't know what's going on in Long Beach over there, but a firework went off, and my first thought was, oh no, not firework. So I don't know if that's, like, I saw an explosion. I thought, oh my gosh. So we're a bit better trained for being overly cautious than Captain Lord and his crew, who are kind of waiting for each other to make the first move.
I wanted to quickly point out the electricity on the ship at this time. In that reception room shot that we just had, you'll notice that the lights are starting to dim at this point in time, and I want you to just really keep track of the lights from this point onwards. You can actually see it here, just how much the lights are really starting to dim, and it's only going to get more and more weak. That light is going to fade more and more.
Now, coming up on one thing I have to mention, sorry everybody, at this point, this is late in the sinking, the officers, depending on which version of Lighteller's account you believe in, have gone to get the arms and ammunitions out of the first officer's cabin. They've seen some situations at the boats, Boat C, where the crowd was getting a little rowdy, and so they decided that they need to protect the passengers that they're trying to evacuate, and they might need to protect themselves. Who knows? So they went to go get the weaponry that they would probably have thought before they would never ever need to use.
Of course. What's the time on board Titanic there, David?
It is approximately 1:54 a.m.
So already every actual full-sized and emergency lifeboat are in the water. All that remains are the collapsible boats, which, as many out there know, are more like rafts. They're sometimes referred to as rafts. They have canvas sides that go up, but the bottom portion of that hull of the boat is buoyant on its own. And so these 4 lifeboats, they only carry 40 each at full capacity, but that's all that remains. So there are 4 lifeboats left on Titanic. And, so 160 people can fit into those 4 boats. I hope I did my math right. And there are still 1,600 people, 1,601 people are still on board roughly. So they are astronomically short of space, and there's only these lifeboats left. But still, there's no panic reported on board necessarily. There's some commotion, but not outright panic. Still, the band is playing. still people aren't quite aware of of their situation as these final collapse bowls go out.
And I think part of the reason for the lack of panic, too, at least for some of the people out on the boat deck, was just the this cultural, I guess, need or understanding of like, be British, right?
Of course.
Keep a stiff upper lip. Don't show the panic. That's not the British way. So for many of them, they were just doing what they thought was right, which was, in their terms, be British.
The Birkenhead drill, that is interesting callback as well, back in the 1840s when a British warship by the name of the Birkenhead went down, and all of the men aboard, save for only 2, and bear in mind there's 400 of them aboard, they remained in attention as the ship went down beneath their feet. And you can really just see how that kind of affected how people might have acted in other shipwrecks such as Titanic here.
And here in a bit, we are going to reach a very a widely talked about moment in the sinking, and that is, of course, Managing Director of the White Star Line, Bruce Ismay, boarding a lifeboat and taking a spot in a lifeboat. The debate, was he a passenger? Was he more than a passenger? Should he have taken that spot? We all have. Oh, we have gunshots. We have gunshots.
Right around that lifeboat that Ismay is going to eventually enter. Yes, there is. The guns were needed as there was quite a disruptive crowd around the lifeboat C there.
And we can debate forever whether he should have taken that spot in the boat. I have my strong opinions on this, and so do many people on the team. But one thing I've discovered recently in looking at Third Officer Pittman's testimony was how he described boarding Lifeboat 5, 2 hours ago or an hour plus ago, and how
I think that moment's happening right now.
Yeah, he's hopping in. So this moment that we're seeing is described almost to a T by Third Officer Pittman, happening back at 12:43. And in that moment, Ismay is standing right there, and he is offered a spot in a boat. They offer men to get into the boat, and Ismay stays behind back at 12:43. But here he is at 2 in the morning with 20 minutes left in the ship, and he finally takes that spot. He didn't get in Lifeboat 5. He didn't get in Lifeboat, any of the other lifeboats, Lifeboat 3, Lifeboat 1, Lifeboat 9, Lifeboat 11, Lifeboat 13, 15. All these boats go off the side of the ship, and he chooses not to get in them. Finally, he takes Lifeboat C, and he is ridiculed for it for the rest of his life.
Now, here, I believe is a point in the sinking that is a little another controversy. I think we're going to be showing it soon. The ship seems to have taken a lunge from one side to the other. Why did that lunge occur? We don't know. There's still like one lifeboat left, and it's going to be a cause and effect on that lifeboat. And the struggle to lower that one. And Lifeboat C, which was just had Bruce Ismay enter into, the list is before this plunge. The list, or lunge rather, the list is still to the port side, and that starboard boat, Lifeboat C, it's not going to have a good way down to the bottom of the water. It's going to rub against the side of the ship. It's going to get caught on the rivets. It's going to get caught on the wires that are underneath it on the decking. And the people in that lifeboat, passengers, third-class passenger Frankie Goldsmith, his mother, would be one of the people pushing off of the boat onto the hull to try to get that boat down. They put all their strength into it, and it became like superhumans that night, just get that boat away from that ship.
And we have to point out that 2 of Frankie Goldsmith's descendants joined us this weekend here, and were telling stories of their ancestor who once survived Titanic.
And just a throwback to what I said earlier, famously in one of our real-time sinkings, we had all the china floating off the tables in the dining room, and now we have it empty and bare. We don't think they would have laid it out because some of the way that the service was done in the Edwardian era, it would be such a faux pas to have these cups and saucers sitting out on table for the first class overnight to possibly get dust on them, something like that.
And as we're going through all of these very striking interior shots and just how, impactful it is to see this animation is, breathtaking. I'm looking around at these gorgeous interiors and I think of all of the hope and optimism and, maybe even idealism that went into building the Titanic and designing Titanic. I think of Thomas Andrews, watching his creation sink beneath his feet. And, this was a ship that was built to last for decades, to ferry millions of people potentially across the Atlantic Ocean. And she barely even had a chance to live. And now we're watching her die before she even, got to take her real first steps, in her life. So it's very haunting.
And as we head into our final moments where there won't be enough time for lifeboats, collapsible boats A and B to be launched successfully, and it brings the number of about 670 people safely in a quote-unquote dry lifeboat in these successfully launched boats, including Ismay in Collapsible C, including all the people in Collapsible D, the last boat to be successfully launched. There's 670-ish in these boats, which leaves an additional 50 or so that are still on the ship that will find their way off miraculously.
The water seeping up slowly, ever slowly. The first class grand staircase.
A shot clearly, at least in my
Yes.
mind, harkens back to Ken Marshall,
100%.
his paintings, and Ken was with us this weekend as well, and Ken has advised us for years on these projects, so it's always fun to recreate a Ken Marshall painting, and there's many more that we didn't mention throughout the animation, and I'm sure there's more to come.
And there's going to be like almost a bizarre moment during the night where, because of this intense list, Officers Wilde, Lightseller, and Captain Smith ordered everyone who was around to get to the other side of the ship to try to righten up Titanic. Maybe possibly, the crew listened to this and they moved to the other side of the ship. That added weight on starboard will correct this port list, but it's probably very unlikely that this helped at all. But it did bring a lot of passengers over to the other side of the ship while they were lowering the last lifeboat. David, may I ask you what time it is in Titanic?
We are at 2:03 a.m.
What a shot in the porthole here. I see.
This is the Allison cabin, by the way. That's little Trevor's cot bed in C-22. Trevor and his nurse have gotten off into a lifeboat along with their Lorraine's nurse as well. But Lorraine and her parents, they are searching around the entire ship for their little baby boy Trevor, because Alice did not inform them that she was going into a boat with him.
I know that Matt brought this up some time ago, but I believe pretty soon here we should see Titanic take a slight lurch over to the port side. Now, as sinkings progress on these ships, they increasingly become unstable, and that is something that we're going to pretty rapidly start to see in the next couple of minutes.
It's really frightening that we are only now minutes away from this ship being on the ocean floor, and how stable she still sort of is, all things considered. If this was James Cameron's film, for example, in these moments, the music is thumping. It is, things are sorry about that. mic difficulties. One moment. Okay. I'm fine, I'm told. So I'll keep talking. Although it's happening right now. I mean, look at this ship move. I mean, could it have been a bulkhead giving way? You know, the bulkheads only are meant to withstand so much water. Okay, here we go. We're back. David, do we have a time check? You may have to tell me off mic. 2:06 a.m. So collapsible D is certainly gone, and perhaps work on those. Yeah, you can see the men are working on those collapsible boats up top, collapsible A and collapsible B. Collapsible B will very famously flip upside down, and 28 or so men will climb on top, and somehow this is a great view of this boat, the design of it, that there's canvas sides that keep the water out, but it's that wooden part on the bottom that's keeping them afloat. But collapsible A, they aren't able to raise that canvas, and so they are on a boat. It's hard to imagine. They're sort of standing on a plank of wood that is partially underwater, but it's buoyant on its own. But they are just standing and sitting in 12 or 14 inches of water. And because of that, while 30 or so are described as getting into collapsible A as it floats off Titanic, less than 20 are going to actually make it to Carpathia. I think it's around 14, or a very low number. Rhoda Abbott, that Sarah mentioned earlier. Rhoda Abbott is the one lone woman in that boat, the one lone woman who actually goes in the water and manages to survive. An unbelievable thing for her to endure.
You know, oh good, it works again. You know, a few moments ago, you saw just how relatively high in the water the ship is. Like, the forecastle isn't even completely under yet, and the ship spends the better, more than 2 hours with that being the case. Of it's so slow, and then in these literally the last 15 minutes, it goes from the forecastle being slightly above water still to just totally gone. And over that period of time, it gets faster and faster, and it goes along with what I was saying about how the ship floods more, it loses more buoyancy, and more openings in the upper decks get opened up to the sea, and it must have been absolutely frightening for the people on the ship as they started to realize, this might not be okay. It's not slowing down; it's going down faster, and what are we going to do? And it's absolutely frightening what especially once the bridge reaches the water and things start to just fall apart completely.
It's still rather frightening for the passengers who are left, and they see this one lifeboat. And at this lifeboat A, there's we're going to something that's going to never be a mystery that's never going to be solved. Shots are fired at this boat. Passengers are kept back because of those shots, and did the person who fired those shots in a few moments actually have did the bullets reach their target, I should say, is the scary part. And then does it seem that very reasonably, with the evidence that we do have today, that whoever fired that gun then put that gun to themselves? But that's something that was a delicate situation to show, so don't worry, we're not going to show that.
So, folks, we're about to head into the part of the sinking that I mentioned earlier. Wallace Hartley and his orchestra have been playing all night, have been doing their duty, have been out of an ability to be British, as Sarah said earlier. Is it just being completely unaware that the ship is actually sinking? For one reason or another, these musicians play one of the most famous, most talked about concerts in human history. on this ship, and they choose to play their final song of the night, many believe to be Nearer My God to Thee.
It is 2:10 a.m., so let's go.
We aren't. To continue your thought, Kyle.
Just briefly, Cecil William Fitzpatrick has overheard a conversation with Captain Smith and Andrews on the bridge. Smith saying to Andrews, "We cannot stay here any longer. She is going." Later on, Fitzpatrick will see the two men as the ship starts to go under. And that's probably the last moments that either of them have been noted.
And it's also around this time that passengers witness third-class passengers reaching the boat deck for the first time, whether due to being held back or just not knowing how to get to the boat deck. Archibald Gracie describes a mass of humanity reaching the boat deck in these final moments, unable to find a boat, of course. Titanic's sister Olympic continues her voyage to help rescue passengers and crew. While back in Belfast, Titanic's other sister, Britannic, is just beginning construction. And the city is about to wake up to terrible news. "18 lifeboats float nearby who can return. 2 others certainly couldn't. And Walter Lord puts it well in his book that in every boat it was essentially the same, a timid suggestion of going back, a stronger denial of that idea, and nothing gets done. Only one lifeboat goes back, and here we have upside down collapsible B with the men climbing on top. Some are turned away. There's too many. It'll capsize the boat. What looks like collapsible A, very deep in the water, canvas sides not up. That's a visual I've always, wanted to see. It's hard to imagine. Some of these lifeboats are so low in the water because they're so overloaded or because they're so flooded that other survivors see them from a distance and think that people are just standing on the water because they can't even see the boat that they are in. And please keep in mind that while we have a beautiful starlit sky so you can see, like much of this animation, it's a little brighter for your visual ability, but it would be a black screen if we were to show this to you in a more realistic way. It would be absolutely pitch black. No moon in the sky. The stars, of course, but that would only do so much. And as you can tell, the voices are beginning to fade. That's not us lowering the screams to move on to another part of the video. That's just... that's hypothermia, that's body temperatures dropping, that's people suffocating from being unable to breathe. You can't take deep breaths in water like this. And with the screams died down, Fifth Officer Lowe feels it's safe to return, but it's going to take him time to organize his men, to organize his boats, to put together a proper rescue lifeboat, and then they do return. But by the time they get there, they of course waited a bit too long. They are able to rescue a few. I believe the number fluctuates between 3 and 4. If there was a fourth, it's not terribly reliable who that might have been, but certainly 3. The skeleton crew of men who manned this lifeboat 14 as they went back for survivors, they describe this experience as you would expect in very emotional words. It's not an easy thing that they volunteered to do. Captain Rostron, in an attempt to tell the survivors that he knew he was reaching, to give them a bit of hope, set off a rocket, which for a lot of lifeboats was the sign that that light they see on the horizon, that might be a star, that might not be a star, it is a ship, there is someone coming. We know these lifeboats will be rescued, but we have to remember many of these people in the lifeboats, they could be in the water for days. They could never see a ship. There's no reason to believe that this is going to happen the way it happens, but Rostron is coming. He does see the lifeboats thanks to green flares from Officer Boxall. And so they set off that rocket to provide a bit of reassurance that a boat is coming. As it seems, Carpathia passes the iceberg responsible. And with all those people left behind in the water, assumably 1,000 more, 1,500 roughly, the Carpathia would take up the lifeboats, those survivors, and would patrol the area the following morning and would only see one body. If you all wouldn't mind turning on your candles for this, these final moments of our real-time sinking, and hold them up. Though throughout the sinking, the water was quite calm, and that calm water is directly responsible for the sinking in many ways. In the following morning, wind picked up, the seas picked up. Even this lifeboat has deployed its sail, Lifeboat 14, and tows another lifeboat to Carpathia, Lifeboat Collapsible D, I want to say. And as these boats reach Carpathia, the waves are getting quite dangerously rough for these little boats that are not meant to be in an open ocean. Had Carpathia arrived an hour later, who knows what could have ended differently. And the Californian, who saw potentially every rocket that Titanic fired, has awakened its wireless operator, heard of the disaster, and has now arrived on the scene after Carpathia. And Carpathia tells Californian to, do a lap, see what you can find, but Californian is, of course, terribly, terribly late to do any good. ship arrived and picked up other passengers. And in terms of attention to detail, there's a barber pole from Titanic's barbershop floating in the water there, which is a known aspect of this moment in our little history. A long journey ahead for these survivors and those who are already on Carpathia. Another few days through fog, through poor weather, until they arrive in New York City. And for many, especially third class, the journey is far from over. Arriving in New York means land, yes, but it means so much more strife ahead of where do we go? We've lost all we have. And we arrive. Carpathia was allowed to pass Ellis Island without stopping there, as it normally would have to, and they pass the Statue of Liberty. And the Mackie Bennett, a ship chartered to go out to the wreck site to collect bodies. And of the 1,500, they only managed to collect a few hundred. Number 401 in her final resting place, where she sits to this day. Folks, thank you so much for joining us for this tradition of now 10 years. You sit with us online in your hopefully warm beds and couches and comfort, but everyone here sat in these chairs in the tourist lounge of the Queen Mary for 3 hours and so many minutes. Again, as I said at the beginning, we're so appreciative of you joining us for this event. There are many groups, many historians that do incredible things. They do their own real-time syncings, and you should go watch all of those tomorrow. But thank you for joining us for this wonderful event that gets bigger every year, and it's because of all of you. I know this means as much to you as it does to all of us. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. So I couldn't possibly describe it any better, or I couldn't explain it to you any better than you already know. And so we usually end this by having a very short post discussion. Please feel free to tap out at this point, because this is a very emotional topic. I just want to ask each of our panel to say one thing that they took away from this, maybe their first time sitting through a full real-time sinking in this room with us, and then we'll wrap up Titanic Weekend 2026. Matt, would you like to say something first?
I was going to say, let's turn on one light. So let's warn everybody that we're going to flash.
We'll turn on the lights. I'll ask our panel to share with us one thing each, and then we'll all go home for the evening. Would we start, David? Would you what did you take away from this animation this year? Oh, here you go.
Wow. To be put on the spot a little bit. I'm still gathering my thoughts from watching that last part there. It's really I'm kind of speechless right now. I'm kind of at a loss for words. I didn't expect it to hit me that kind of hard, but I just gotta say, to Jack, he did an amazing job this year, and I don't really have anything else to add.
What is there to say at this time? There are a lot of things on my mind at the moment, but I think the one thing that is on my mind first and foremost are each of the people who were on board the Titanic during these final hours of the ship's life. And even though, some 700 people survived this calamity, they too were victims of this tragedy. And so my mind right now is thinking about each of the 2,200 people who were aboard the Titanic during her first and final voyage.
I'm not really sure. I'm not really wordsy or mushy, so I've done this so many times. I just want to congratulate, I guess, the entire team on this. It took at least a year of work, maybe a couple of years of work, and to see it all here on the screen is something else. And I don't know exactly what I take away from it, but I hope you all take away something from this when you leave the room and the ship tonight. Just be thankful for the chance to... I honestly don't even know.
Sarah, would you like to give us a closing thought? If that one works. All right, we're down to one.
We're down to one. I think watching this, and especially, the final few moments there, the one prevailing thought in my head was like, we are actually extremely lucky to be alive at a time when creating something like this is possible, from the standpoint of technology and research and collaboration, and the fact that this took the research of so many people around the world and so much time, and also that we could have a better understanding of this very important moment in history. We have a greater understanding of Titanic than anybody in history, because we're able to do things like this and present it to you all in this very creative, very moving way. So I'm just kind of gobsmacked myself just to sit here and think, wow, we're able to do this, and how stunning. And also Jack Gibson is insane. I love him.
Indeed, I'll start by saying how proud I am of my team. I want to name all of them. I won't. I'll just stick to them. The core who worked on this animation one more time, so we can go home. You know, Jack, as Sarah said, he can't be here. He's over in the UK, but since we told him how much of a great time it was this year here on Queen Mary for the weekend, he says he's coming over next year, so he's got to do it. But he's represented here by his little Godzilla, because he asked to be here as a Godzilla. One of the other main researchers on the animation, Miles, he wanted to be here as Princess Wee Wee from the dog video that we did. And the last big one is Robin in Germany, our German director, as he calls himself for this. I don't know if he's going to get his Oscar, because I think the executive producer gets the Best Picture Oscar, so that would be me. But yeah, in a serious note of sitting here, I feel like I've watched this entire thing from beginning to end during the creation process. But we always cry at these things, James. Why is that? Why does that happen? Just sitting here watching the last moments of knowing that we specifically had the voices trail off was really difficult, and because that's how fast it was for everybody in the water. So it was finally put in perspective for me, and I think that's one of the main reasons why we do this live, you know, because we know what's happening, not now, but over a century ago, and it's just so, it gets you so much, and you don't think Titanic can get you anymore, because you absorb so much of her and you've learned so much of her stories, but it's just okay.
Folks, before we do a little closing, I have one last thing that I wrote down ahead of time so I don't cry. I will. I just would like to hear one round of applause for the following people. Hold your applause to the end. Paul Carganilla for being a co-host of all of us, for putting on this wonderful weekend. To Peter and Zeno, who for the last 3 hours have battled every tech thing that Queen Mary could throw their way. To Jack Gibson and the team at home, and the other THG members who are here with us today for this incredible animation. This is a lot of people coming together. A round of applause for everybody. Hey.
And keep it going for James Panka.
And with that, this night to remember, Titanic Weekend 2026 and Titanic 114 comes to a close. We have been holding this real-time syncing event since 2016, and some of us used to post real text updates going all the way back to MySpace. So we've been at this for a long time, and every year I personally struggle to explain why we do this. But it is a tradition, so I will try one last time. To many of us, Titanic feels a bit like a person. As survivor Helen Candy tells us in her testimony, Titanic had a personality. She liked her name. It suited her. I think a lot of people here and at home would agree that they know that personality well. Titanic has been a bit of a lifelong friend to many of you, and I know she has been for us up here. So, like we would for any lifelong friend, we celebrate her on her birthday, and we remember her on the day that she was lost. And we let her memory bring together all the people who knew her and loved her. What a testimony to, what a testament to the personality of Titanic that she's still bringing us together 114 years later. Folks, we wish you a wonderful rest of your night. To everyone here, stumble back to your cabins, tuck yourselves into your nice warm beds, cozy up to your loved ones, and rest assured that at least this vessel will arrive safely in her berth by tomorrow morning. And everyone at home, join us next year for our annual real-time syncing stream and Titanic Weekend 2027 on the RMS Queen Mary. Till then, good night.